Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this special meeting of the Planning Commission. Today is Tuesday, March 16th, and we are all here. So let's have a roll call if we can.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Here.
Commissioner Fresco?
Here.
Commissioner Lambert?
Here.
Commissioner Pastor?
Here.
Commissioner Raskin?
Here.
Commissioner Reese?
Here.
And Chair Landris.
Here. Could we have the Planning Director's report, please?
Good evening, Commission. Waiting for the slide to come up. So following tonight's meeting, we have a follow-up on the Housing Commission discussion for tomorrow night. The April 7th meeting is canceled. The slide just disappeared, so I'm not sure what happened there. There we go. At the April 21st meeting, there is a conditional use permit for the Shore Hotel at 1515 Ocean Avenue. Variance at 905 Centinela Avenue, and then a revised tentative map for 1448 7th Street. City Council actions on March 9th, the Council adopted the emergency IZO for temporary land use restrictions to retain housing sites. This is something the Commission reviewed a few weeks ago. The Council did add a couple of exemptions when the ordinance was before the Commission for your review. It included a exemption for the promenade and Bayside areas, so second, third, and fourth. The Council kept that in. Also added an exemption for auto dealers along Santa Monica Boulevard, and then also a exemption for the two pending development agreements, the Ocean Avenue Hotel and St. John's. So both of those DAs will be able to move forward. Upcoming council items on March 23rd, surplus lands declaration. And then on March 30th, special meeting on the housing element. I just heard from the CMO that that's not quite confirmed yet. It will be confirmed shortly. They're waiting to hear back from one other council person, but we'll let you know for sure tomorrow night. But it looks like 99% sure that the housing element discussion will move to March 30th. And then housing element updates, which obviously is the topic of your meeting tonight. The housing and mobility survey is now closed. The results are being analyzed. March 4th through March 18th, the ADU survey to property owners and tenants. And then March 11th through April 2nd, housing element draft concepts and focus surveys. That concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
I have a question.
Yeah, Commissioner Lambert.
David, did the IZO, I watched it but I don't remember, did the IZO exempt landmarks that had commercial projects in the pipeline?
I believe, well, I'm not sure about that, actually. Ask Jane.
I don't know. I don't think that was in there.
So the post office would be covered by the IZO then?
No, it wouldn't. Keep in mind it's an
existing building. Yeah. So changes of uses and additions to existing buildings are exempt from the IZO.
Okay.
So it wouldn't be covered either way. Yeah.
Yeah.
But not because it's a landmark, just because it's an existing building.
Yeah. I got it.
Commissioner Raskin.
Yeah, with respect to that surplus land declaration, is that with respect to specific property, or is it the city's citywide declaration with respect to its surplus land inventory?
It's related specifically to specific properties. So there are properties that we will be taking forward to the council to be declared surplus land. And that report should be out within the next couple of days, council report.
I have another. Is parking structure 3 included in that, do you think?
Yes.
Okay, cool. But you've already RFP'd that.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, I have a question. I'm not sure. I'm having some connection difficulties. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Okay, great. So, David, you indicated something about cancel. We're in a little bit of a dilemma here, and I'm not sure how we want to handle this because I can't get into the details for Brown Act reasons. But you indicated that you wanted to cancel the April 7th meeting. Yesterday, the Boards and Commissions Working Group issued its recommendations that are going to council on April 13th. I gave public comment as an individual last night, as did Commissioner Raskin. The final recommendations actually do, and this is where I'm sort of dancing on the Brown Act, so Heidi, stop me if I cross a line. The final recommendations certainly would impact the operations of the Planning Commission if adopted as recommended by the Council. And I had actually wanted to agendize the recommendations for this body on April 7th because the Council will be hearing the matter on the 13th. Without going into the content of the report, is there a possibility for us to hold that regular meeting on the 7th as scheduled in order to enable the Commission to respond to the recommendations of that body?
Yeah, I don't think there was any reason. The reason we were not holding the meeting was just there weren't items that we had scheduled for that night. If there is something the Commission needs to address, I don't know of a reason why we couldn't do it. Jing, was there any other reason why we weren't scheduling a meeting for that night?
No, it was we didn't have items on that night,
Yeah.
so there was not really a reason to hold the meeting. But obviously, if the Commission would desire to meet, then we will schedule a meeting so you can have a discussion that you would like to have.
At the risk of my colleagues' frustration with me, I would rather we have the meeting and have the opportunity to review those recommendations. To us rather than happen with us. So perhaps we could happen to us rather than happen with us. So perhaps is that okay with everyone? Okay. So we'll keep that meeting on the agenda for April 7th then. And can we just to be clear for the public, because this has come up, the action that the Commission took last week with respect to the 14th and Santa Monica project, or 2 weeks ago, has now been suspended by the Council's action with respect to the IZO. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So they would not be able to move forward under the current IZO.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for David before we move forward? Okay. With apologies for adding a meeting into your lives. We will keep moving forward. Okay, here we go. So now I want to restate the public comment procedures for everyone. Tonight's procedures for public comment, as usual, until we come up with a better system, we have been accepting oral public comment by phone through the pre-registration system noted on the agenda. Consistent with our current rules, registration for oral public comment closed at 3:30 p.m. today, 2 hours prior to our meeting. If you are a member of the public who registered for public comment, please check your email for call-in instructions. Those instructions were emailed at the start of this meeting. Written comments received up until noon today have been read by the Commission and were posted to the online agenda. Now, here's a little bit of a change, and we want to make sure that everyone is listening, especially the people who thought that they could call in and may have been frustrated by the pre-registration. So first of all, comments received after 12 p.m. today are going to be posted online with tomorrow night's agenda and distributed to the Commission. So if you've been waiting to send written materials to the Commission, please make sure we get it tonight or tomorrow morning after 12 noon. Once again, it won't be deemed read by the Commission. If you would like to speak to us and you did not get a chance to register today, you may register for oral public comment at tomorrow's meeting anytime until 3:30 p.m. tomorrow. In order to do that, you need to open up the agenda on the Planning Commission website for the March 17th meeting for the registration link and the details. Again, I want to make sure if you are not speaking tonight and you want to speak tomorrow, you still can, but you need to register using the link for March 17th. The machines is for technical help from administration staff only. It is not for public comment. The commission cannot see the chat, and comments will not be forwarded to the commission or entered into the record. And so now, are there any announcements from commissioners? I don't see any. We have, oh yeah?
I will not be here on the 21st.
Okay, on the 21st of April. Okay. All right, so we have no minutes, no statements of official action, and no public hearings. We'll move on to the discussion. Before we open this item, or we'll just formally open this item 10A, and before we start with the staff report, I just want to go over the process for tonight and tomorrow so we're all on the same page. The first thing is for colleagues, commissioners, to know we will be hearing public comment tonight, and we will be hearing public comment tomorrow night as well. We will have the opportunity to ask questions of staff tonight. We will have the opportunity to open tomorrow night's hearing with questions as well. We have been asked by the city attorney out of an abundance of caution to make sure that our questions are in fact questions. And to avoid moving into discussion until we have fully closed the questions period and the public comment period. And so if I jump in, or if the city attorney jumps in, because an exchange is starting to move away from questions, we ask your indulgence and your forgiveness. We're just trying to keep to the process here. I would like to know whether the commission would prefer to hear, and Heidi will advise us on whether this is permissible, would you prefer to hear the entire staff report followed by questions, or would you prefer to hear the staff report in sort of natural segments based on the work of the staff and then pause for questions and then we go back to the staff report? And assuming that that's okay, I'd like to know whether you'd like that. Commissioner Lambert.
I would prefer going through the whole staff report. Otherwise, we're going to be here till midnight, and it's not going to be fair for the public. We'll be asking questions on every 3 pages, and that's going to take a long time, and the public won't get to talk. So I want to go through the whole staff report and then ask questions.
I hear one vote for the whole thing. I see Nina wanting to do the whole thing. Any other preferences? We'll do either. I'm not taking sides here. I just want to make sure we're hearing it how you all want to hear it.
I don't have a real preference. Do you have a question though, which is, can the public, could Joe Smith speak in the public tonight, tomorrow night, or are they limited to one?
So your agendas did not differentiate. So there's nothing to prohibit somebody from calling in both evenings to speak. And just to piggyback on the chair's comments, the reason why we are concerned about the discussion issue, questions turning into discussion, is because we made clear on the agendas that discussion would not start until the 17th. So tonight is set aside for, your first round of public comments, your first round of commission questions, and the staff report.
Thank you, Heidi.
Other commissioners, do you have a preference about, would you like to hear the whole staff report and then go into questions? Yes. It looks like everyone would like to hear the. Yep. Okay. It looks like everyone would like to hear the whole staff report before we go to questions. So with that, let us find out Jing, are you our MC for the evening?
Yeah, I guess I'm it.
Terrific.
So if you're ready for us,
yours. We'll settle in.
All right, buckle up and get comfortable. I'm going to ask Ross to start sharing the screen, and while he's doing that,
let me just say one thing. If someone genuinely has an urgent question of clarification only, please send it to I'm asking commissioners, please send a message to me through the moderator, and we will have the question asked on the record. I don't want to, if there's genuinely something that needs clarifying for the public or for us, I don't want to lose a thread and then come back to it half an hour later. But so if that is important to someone, please use the chat function to alert the moderator that we have a question that needs asking, and we'll make sure that's possible. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So good evening, commissioners. Very pleased to be with you here tonight. So this presentation is going to be given by the team that's working on the housing element. So you're going to hear from myself, Rachel Kwok, Ross Furman, Carrie Fukui, and Steve Mizukami. We also have joining us tonight Jim Kemper from the city's housing division, since so much of our work overlaps in terms of housing policy and the implementation of programs. We also have John Douglas, who is our housing element consultant, and also the team from HRNA advisors who conducted the preliminary feasibility analysis. So that is the team you have available to be answering questions for you tonight. So with that, let's go on to the next slide, Ross. So before we start kind of jumping into this presentation, it's important to just set the stage as to why we're undertaking this effort. Beyond this as a citywide planning exercise, essentially, requiring the city to plan for the community's housing needs every 8 years, we don't want to lose sight of the fact that this is about people and their homes, and housing as the benefits of stable housing at its core of this effort. You can see there that with the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen the effects of what housing insecurity has done to people in terms of the threat of evictions, threat of homelessness, highlighted tremendous racial and socioeconomic inequities, and understanding that those of us who benefit from housing security and the stability of housing, there are definitely disparities in terms of outcomes, and that you can see the example of just some of those things in terms of having a stable home, children not having to move around, moving schools all the time, just overall less financial stress on households. And it's really highlighting the importance of this work and this effort that is being undertaken in this moment. It's really representing a challenge to meet this challenge of this, very large allocation, to think creatively about how we tackle housing affordability in this community. Next slide. So this effort is guided by a variety of community visioning policy documents that have taken place over the years. You can see a selection of them there, from the land use and circulation element through the Bergamot Area Plan, Downtown Area Plan, or Downtown Community Plan, and also other policy documents that are adopted, including the assessment of fair housing that has informed this work. And the sort of common thread through all of those policy documents is that providing housing stability and housing opportunities for all members of the community is a core value in this city. And you see that through much of the city's adopted policy, and again, that is also informing this work. Pairing that together with also ensuring that housing is proximate to services, like parks and schools and other civic infrastructure, is something that we would consider through this effort as well. Next slide. As we look at other aspects of planning for housing, we also think about what also influences, the built environment, and beyond just that land use and circulation tie in terms of locating housing close to transit, and now allowing our workforce to access Santa Monica, locating housing within the city so that people are not enduring massive commutes to get to their job in Santa Monica each day. We also think about other aspects of this in terms of the city's economic sustainability. There's a balance here in terms of planning for housing, but also ensuring the city's continued economic foundation, make sure that there's a balance of uses and doesn't skew one way over the other. We also have to think about infrastructure, so you heard me talk about access parks, availability of parks, but we're also looking as part of this process, availability of water, wastewater, impact on emergency services. That's all part of the consideration here. And, obviously this entire effort, you're going to hear us talk a lot tonight about equity, and, how we look at land use and zoning decisions through that lens to ensure that historic inequities don't continue to be perpetuated. Next slide. So this is just the agenda of what we're going to be running through tonight. So we're going to start with a background of the outreach process to date, provide you some facts and figures on housing stock in Santa Monica and the community needs assessment, talk about the RHNA, and then we're going to jump into the meat of it in terms of the components of what an draft approach might look like in terms of planning for the RHNA. We're going to review some programs for housing stability, and then finally conclude with ramifications of noncompliance, and then opening it up to the Planning Commission's discussion tomorrow night. I did want to note before we jump straight into this is that the purpose really of this information is, this is a midpoint check-in. This has been a very, very rapid planning process, far faster than anything we've really done in any recent memory. And so we've taken the unusual step of providing a lot of detailed information that we normally wouldn't do at this phase of the process. But the interest of advancing the discussion, is why it's out there. But we do want to emphasize that this is an iterative process, and the results and information that are in the staff report that we're going to discuss tonight are preliminary results, and they are certainly subject to change through this input process. And we want to welcome, feedback on where we're at this point to help shape what will ultimately be included in the draft housing element update. So next slide. And as we go through this presentation, I want you just to keep in mind that the two sort of big major questions that, we need some direction on and discussion on ultimately is to answer the questions of where and how. So where should housing be located, accounting for the city's adopted growth strategy, and also to overcome historic patterns of segregation. And then there's multiple subsets of questions under this umbrella of how much, how do we ultimately reach our RHNA allocation. And there's a variety of different concepts and strategies that we're putting out there for feedback. So, as you look at the information tonight, I just kind of want to keep that in mind as, the overarching feedback that we're looking at this point in time. And going on to the next section, I'm going to turn it over to Carrie, who's going to give an overview of the outreach process.
Great, thank you, Jing. So for this section, I'm going to briefly review our general outreach strategy and highlight what outreach we've completed so far and what's coming up. Slide. So our outreach strategy for the housing element, it included two main streams for public input. The first was a traditional community outreach, which was direct engagement strategies like the project website or questionnaire or webinars and study sessions. In these forums, the community had the chance to voice their ideas and comments. And the second stream that fed into that was the formation of two technical working groups. So we created these two technical working groups to initially generate specific ideas and concepts. And at the same time, they provided us staff with their professional expertise and data points. One of these groups focused on housing stability and the other on housing production. And these two groups met 4 times each between December 2020 and February 2021. So these working sessions, the groups helped to strategize future programs and goals and draft concepts for the update. These concepts are now being filtered back through the community for their input with a series of online surveys, which are live on our website now through April 2nd. Once reviewed and vetted by the community, these ideas and concepts are then folded into the draft housing element update and taken to the Planning Commission and City Council, where the community has further opportunity to provide feedback. Slide, please. So in the last few months, we've accomplished a lot with our outreach process. The project website was first launched in August of 2020, and this was soon followed by our first round of public engagement, including the housing questionnaire, public webinars, study sessions with the Planning Commission, City Council, Rent Control, and Housing Commission, Those sessions all took place between November and January. And we also hosted those 4 technical working groups that I mentioned before. And during all that time had various internal meetings with other city departments listed here, the fire department, mobility, public works, rent control, housing, and human services. On top of that, just recently in February, a survey was launched in partnership with the mobility division on housing and next slide, please. So ongoing, and what's coming up later, we have our ADU survey, which is open until March 18th. This is to get a better understanding of how ADUs contribute to our housing stock. Additionally, we put up the draft concepts for the housing element that we'll be presenting on the website with a series of surveys. And as mentioned, the surveys are live through April 2nd, and they're being advertised through various city department listservs, the city social media platforms, and with support from community partners. And on March 30th, pending, we're taking the piece of recommendations to council, and we'll continue our work with our internal partners throughout the development of the housing element draft, which is expected in June. Next slide. And with that, we'll move on to the next section.
Thank you, Carrie. This is Rachel Kwok, Environmental Planner in the City Planning Division. I'm going to present basically an overview of the city's housing stock and needs assessment. To plan for housing, we really must first understand the nature and extent of the city's housing needs. So as part of the housing element update, city staff reviewed various metrics regarding housing supply, population, demographics, and employment. Next slide. So with respect to housing, you are probably very well aware we are a city of renters. 73% of our households are renters. We have about 41,000 total rental units, and about 66% of it is under rent control, but a small minority of them, only 18%, are still at long-term below market rate rents. So that results in, a lot of households, approximately 42% of the households. Renter households are considered cost burden. Cost burden means that they're spending over 30% of their income on housing. And Santa Monica is one of the very most expensive places to live in the nation. As you can see here, before the pandemic, the cost of a 2-bedroom home was about $3,200. And while the pandemic has, caused a slight downward shift in rental prices, it's still considered very high relative to other areas. And in fact, as we've seen with the pandemic, people are looking to move into larger units. And so we've seen an increase in home purchasing prices, and particularly this is reflected in Santa Monica's housing market, which shows that now a condo is costing about $1.1 million, which is about up 9% from the pre-pandemic levels. Slide. And then in terms of our population, as you can see here, Blacks and Latino households are disproportionately affected by the high cost of housing. The median income of households of color are far below the median income of a typical renter in Santa Monica. As you can see here, a Black household typically has a median income of $42,000, which is almost less than half of the median income of a renter in Santa Monica, while Hispanics and Latinos also have a lower income at $71,000, even though Hispanics and Blacks represent really 4% and 15% of our population. Next slide. Looking at the needs of our existing residents, Santa Monica has a core value of preventing the displacement of residents and providing a diversity of housing opportunities that cater to all household types and income levels. The goal of Santa Monica is to provide housing security so that people who live here can stay here for the long term and that they're not being forced out of the city because of the high cost of housing or the conditions of housing. As you can see, in terms of our households, we have about 42% of our households are families. We also have a fair share of senior households at 25%. And about 40% of all of our households are considered cost burden, meaning that they're spending more than 30% of their income on housing. And when you look at home ownership, there is definitely a racial disparity. Out of all the Black and African American households, only 8% of them own. while for whites and Asians, at more than 50% of them own. Next slide. We also can't forget about the housing needs of our existing workers. Santa Monica values, fostering an inclusive and diverse community. And our goal really is to expand the housing opportunities for Santa Monica workers who really contribute a lot to our local economy. As you can see, Santa Monica is a major regional job center. We have a lot of jobs in the city relative to the number of residents. And only 9% of the city's workforce live and work in the city, while the majority of them, about almost 90%, commute from areas outside of the city, from various areas of the region. And 42% of these workers are earning less than $40,000, and so they cannot afford to live here in the city. Next slide. And most of our workers are working in service sectors that have very limited opportunity for teleworking. In the pandemic, we've seen higher wage earners, those in the technology industries, having the opportunity to telework and work from home. But those in the service sectors have really, just put themselves at risk, and they are not able to telework. They're typically earning lower wages and cannot afford to live in the city. As you can see, a service worker in the food and service industry is making somewhere between $32,000 a year, and others such as groundskeeping, healthcare, they're making not much more. A school teacher barely makes about $85,000, and that's all of these job occupations are paying far less than what is needed to afford a 2-bedroom apartment. And next slide. To really understand how housing affects mobility and vice versa, our partners in mobility have launched a survey in February, which ended this Monday, to better understand the housing needs of Santa Monica workers and their relationship to how they travel. There was about 1,700 people that responded who work in the city. The responses are still being reviewed, but we do have some preliminary results. But the final survey results will include the race and income by sector and occupation. Mobility will be mapping up where the workers are coming from, their commute modes, and an ability to telework, as well as their willingness to trade off housing costs and housing size in exchange for a shorter commute. Next slide. So these are some preliminary highlights of the mobility survey. As you can see here, the Santa Monica workforce is really spread across a range of incomes in all different employment sectors, from healthcare to retail. They're spread across different ranges of income. As you can see, a lot of our retail workers, though, are typically lower income. They cannot afford to live here in the city. Next slide. And this graph shows basically what respondents were willing to pay to live in the city or live closer. As you can see there, the typical middle income commuter is willing to pay a little bit over $2,000 a month to be closer to their work in the city. And so keep in mind, as I said before, a 2-bedroom apartment is somewhere in the range of $3,000, and so most of these workers are not willing to pay more than a little over $2,000 to live in the city. Next slide. And these two graphs show basically what the ranges are in terms of what people are willing to pay and what they're willing to downsize in order to be closer and not have a long commute. It varies depending on the household size, of course. If you're a smaller household, if you're a 1-person household, you're willing to pay a little about $2,000 a month, whereas if you're a household of more people, you might be willing to pay a little bit more. Of course, that coincides with the number of kind of wage earners. And as you can see here too, as well, this shows graphically where the percentage of people willing to downsize. A little over a third of the middle income commuters would be willing to downsize their housing unit to be closer to the city. And these are just preliminary results, and so other results of the mobility survey will be tabulated later. Next slide. And with that, I'm just going to hand it back over to Jing, who will talk about the Six Psych Arena Challenge and the opportunity to plan for housing.
Great. Thank you, Rachel. Over these next two sections, I'm going to talk about the final RHNA allocation, provide some background that's going to lay the foundation for our two main questions of the where and how we get there. So next slide. So you can see here, just reviewing the information that you've just heard in the past section on the housing needs assessment of the community, both for our existing residents and workers. And when you compare that to what Santa Monica's RHNA allocation is, 8,895 total units to plan for over the 2021 to 2029 planning period, with about 70% affordable. So that's over 6,100 affordable units. It's not surprising to see that figure, given that the RHNA allocation, was based on where are the jobs located, where's transit proximity, where are high resource communities, and when you see the disparity of, the number of the non-resident workforce that supports the city, the allocation, is in line with a lot of that data and the demand from our low and moderate income residents and workers. I did want to put a note here, given questions that have been raised previously about what does a quantified objective mean. Given the large size of this allocation, it is a lower housing number to plan for can be requested to HCD when we submit the draft in July. However, we did want to note that under housing element law, as we've discussed before, the quantified objective is not used at all to determine compliance under any aspect of housing element law. So it's something that, certainly cities can request, but it, has no meaning in terms of determining compliance. This is a challenge in terms of the amount of the allocation, and, as we said, thinking through creative opportunities to plan for housing. Next slide. And the scale of this challenge isn't the first time Santa Monica has encountered something like this. Santa Monica is a very progressive city. Has been first in line in many things. Historic preservation, rent control. We have a very, very unique urban runoff facility called SMRF. We were a leader in single-use carry-out bag ban. So affordable housing is fitting right in with Santa Monica meeting this challenge, and with $4 billion in funding estimated needed to construct the allocated affordable units. This is an opportunity for the city to continue to be a leader in this area of affordable housing. Next slide. So moving into some background information that will help inform the recommendations and, the draft strategies that are being presented tonight. Next slide. This here is just an overview of what we'll key on in terms of highlights of how affordable housing is produced. What are the barriers to affordable housing production? Give you an overview of some of the approaches that we reviewed for peer cities, and also a highlight of the feasibility analysis that was presented. As I indicated, HRNA is available for clarification questions regarding those results. Next slide. So the first background piece of information is to look at how affordable housing is produced. So looking back at housing production, 1994, 2019, this is from the multifamily report that the Housing Division published. In terms of the amount of affordable housing that has been produced, you can see that it's about 60% public assistance and 40% private capital. So, what it's telling us is that really it's generated by two sources. You can't really rely just on one particular source. So it's something to keep in mind as we look to plan forward and, think about solutions that could produce affordable housing for this RHNA. Next slide. The other way that affordable housing is produced, and it's just really an augmentation, of the affordable housing production program, is this concept of land value capture. This is actually something that is already implemented within the city zoning ordinance and within our adopted specific plans. through a regulatory system of community benefits. And, really cities across California, do this in different ways. And, I think what happens is that increase in land value resulting from that government action or investment, such as policy and zoning changes, are then captured for public benefit. So that increase in height and FAR, so that's, very similar to our tier system, as you can see there, that, if projects want to request additional height and FAR, then our regulatory system requires that they provide more affordable housing and increased fees. And that's how the increased land value is captured through that system, accounting for a variety of factors. You can see another chart there. This is kind of from prior presentations. As we establish those regulatory systems, it's important to look at feasibility. When you have developer profit exceeding, the total cost of the project, it's likely that that project will proceed. And if it exceeds it, then it won't proceed. And when we think about the goal here is to seek production of housing or to incentivize housing. It's important to keep those concepts in mind and what needs to be put in place. Next slide. Moving on to the next piece of information, we held a roundtable with affordable housing providers towards the end of February, and we had a number of providers participate in that. Some work in Santa Monica, some work in the city of Los Angeles or in LA County in general, and it was important to get that sort of inside and outside perspective. The key questions that we were covering with them is, what are the barriers that you're encountering as an affordable housing provider, providing 100% affordable units? And you can see there the rundown of the sort of top barriers, that they're experiencing. Number one, obviously, I think as we've discussed, the lack of funding. It is expensive to produce affordable housing. In Santa Monica, it's an estimated, $700,000 to produce an affordable housing unit, and that's an amalgamation of a variety of pieces that add up to that number. What's included in that is, land costs. Not surprisingly, land values in Santa Monica are high, and these providers are competing in the same market as market rate developers or even commercial developers, as properties come up for sale. We did hear feedback that, height and density or FAR, previously were a challenge, as they were looking to maximize those units. I think we heard from several providers that, 40 units is sort of the sweet spot that they look at in terms of at least a minimum number of units. And with the passage of recent changes in state density bonus law, we've actually seen providers exercise their rights to sort of add a floor to get more units. And I think that's very telling in terms of the projects that, they were allowed to have under prior zoning, and then what they actually were able to do when state density bonus law was applied to those projects. We did hear also a lot about commercial prevailing wage and a challenge that presents, at 5 stories and above, and also construction costs associated with high-rise buildings, if it's above 55 feet. So that's an overview, of the barriers that we heard that kind of add to that housing cost, and it certainly helped to inform some of the draft strategies that you'll be hearing about later. Next slide. Looking at next few slides are going to give an overview of the approaches that we've seen in other cities. So the first one is the elimination of R1 zoning or single unit dwelling zoning. This is something that we're certainly hearing about a lot more recently. Certainly not the first city to be having this discussion, or just even starting the idea of entertaining this concept. You can see the listing of other cities that have gone down this route. And we looked at I think it's pretty self-explanatory as to what it is. And I think in looking at whether this would work for Santa Monica, you can see some of the facts there that about 35% of the city's land area is zoned for R1 zoning, but it contains about 13% of the housing supply. There was an interesting webinar that was held, and I think it was Commissioner Landrieu who kind of flagged it, We listened to that webinar as well from a group that does kind of coin the missing middle housing term, and understanding whether it would work in terms of adding more units to an R1 zone. And really the idea is to be able to add density, add units to an R1 district, but still sort of maintain the form, the general building form and envelope of what is there. And it's interesting that they were finding that if you wanted to add affordability to it, and I think that's something that's obviously of interest to us, that you kind of need that 6 or 7 units to be able to support that, and still have a sufficient development envelope to make that work. That's probably not surprising, given what we see in our multifamily zones right now. When you have like condo developments, it's not uncommon to see the sort of 6 units of market rate housing, including one affordable. That's something that we do see proven in the Santa Monica market. It's also unclear if an average size R1 parcel, 7,500 square feet, could accommodate affordable housing. So these are all things that really need some further assessment as to whether it would be workable, given this kind of brand new concept. And got us thinking as to are there better strategies that would increase the capacity without needing the step of eliminating R1 zoning. An example of that would be accessory dwelling units. Under state law, an R1 property really, could have up to 3 units. You could have a ADU and a JADU, a junior ADU on the property. So that's just something to consider as we evaluate this idea. Next slide. The next program we looked at was the Los Angeles, the TOC program, Transit Oriented Communities. And this is a program that's actually relatively similar to Santa Monica's tier system. So what it is, it's at its base, it's a density bonus program to encourage on-site affordable housing within half mile of major transit. And they have a tier 1 to tier 4, and basically, tier 4 being the ones that are closest to transit, and tier 1 is the furthest. And so it ranges in terms of the affordable requirements for on-site affordable. So it's 8 to 11% depending on what tier you're in, and the bonus is 50 to 80% increase in the number of housing units in the site. And it appears, looking at their guidelines, that it's intended to replace state density bonus. And we've been discussing that with some of the LA staff as to how the program works. As we indicated, in looking at whether an assessment for Santa Monica, as you're well aware, we have a tier system that was intended to set up a series of housing bonuses paired with an inclusion requirement. However, the TOC system is very instructive for the menu of available incentives, and the relationships, that they had established in terms of inclusionary to the bonus. Seems almost like a replication of the state density bonus law. Next slide. And the last kind of approach that we looked at was an affordable housing overlay. This is something that was most recently implemented in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Similar environment of high land costs and affordable housing shortage. Interesting with Cambridge, it doesn't appear that they had an inclusionary program, before that, or maybe it was in some limited capacity. But in terms of looking at the details of the program, the gist of it is that, it allowed an increase in height on commercial boulevards. I believe it's up to 7 stories that they ended up adopting there, and up to 4 stories in their residential areas. And then there's some design guidelines that are applied to that. And it's for 100% affordable housing projects up to 80% of AMI, no minimum parking requirements, and permanent affordability covenants on them. In assessing that for Santa Monica, essentially we already do a lot of that. It may not be, completely clear or obvious that that's the case. It's sort of an amalgamation of both local and state law. So, there's an administrative approval that is in place. It is through an interim zoning ordinance, so we wanted to make that permanent. You would have to, codify that ordinance. Affordable housing projects are able to achieve the highest height and FAR in any zone in the city, generally speaking. And there is already parking relief, through state density bonus law, through AB 1763. It allows, the city is essentially covered by that. We're considered sort of a transit area, so there's already, additional height, unlimited density, parking relief in that. So, I think in looking at the affordable housing overlay, it is instructive in the sense that it's sort of a harmonized program. You're not having to look at several different zones. It just says, here's what you get if you're 100% affordable housing. And, I think there's some value in that as well. Next slide. So that's the overview of the cities. Now we'll just go over the preliminary results from the HRNA analysis. This is a feasibility testing that was undertaken. And I think before we jump into it, I think we want to explain that the approach taken here is different than the analyses from years past. In years past, the city was testing. We were working from the standpoint of, we're establishing the height in FAR. We want to test this at different levels, and then we would back into the, what inclusionary amount would be supported by that amount of, floor FAR in the project. We've taken the reverse approach here, given the focus on, production of affordable housing for this housing element cycle. So you can see there in that process chart, the first question that was asked was, how much affordable housing, should we test in these market rate projects? So we tested a range from 7.5% all the way to 30% at different levels. And it basically is like solving for X. It's right. If we set that target, what amount of FAR is necessary to support that amount of inclusionary, given sets of assumptions that we worked through, a few meetings with the technical working group, that consisted of members of the development community and also community members. So HRNA's analyses, kind of spat out the other end of, here's an estimate of what would be needed, and it gave, and then we took the step of then comparing that, to existing standards, and it just gives us an understanding as to whether if you want to target certain levels of affordability, what actions do you have to take in terms of our local zoning standards to be able to make that possible and to increase the likelihood that a developer would pursue that housing project. Next slide. So as I mentioned, what's been tested so far, it's that range. We tested 7.5%, 10%, 15%, 20, and 30%. The 7.5% was at extremely low income. 10 and 15% were at very low income. And the 20 and 30% inclusionary was even distribution of all four income levels, from extremely low income to moderate, just as a starting point to understand, what does that mean? HRNA also looked at an offsite option as well, to understand how that's different than the onsite. And it's important to note that, because this is a preliminary process, it's our first cut, only the existing development standards were applied, and it studied the commercial areas, as you can see in the map there, sort of generalized. The areas were kind of grouped together, not because of the zoning. It was, really driven by commonalities in comps for rents and land costs and what have you. And again, the purpose of this is just to establish some, understanding of the limitations of the existing development standards, and to inform, policy making going forward, of what we should consider in the draft housing element. Next slide. You can see here, we have a more detailed breakdown of it in the staff report, but the highlights here is, you can see that downtown, probably kind of came out the best in all of this. It's most likely to support the 7.5% ELI and the 10 and 15% BLI inclusionary requirement. When you start moving away from downtown into the boulevards, for example, you start moving to the lower end of the range in terms of, not most likely, it gets into the marginal, if not least likely, indicating that the combination of that inclusionary requirement, and the available limits, means that housing, developer likely would not choose to proceed with that project. And you can see that, if you're looking at 20% and above, you're really only looking at downtown that can be supporting those levels, but again, only at a marginal level. And, this analysis is really, done from the perspective of understanding how would, a housing developer approach, this project, what would they assess, in terms of deciding whether to move forward with the housing project. So, looking at it through that lens is important if, the goal is to actually incentivize housing production. It's likely that you would probably need to have an analysis, moving towards the most likely end of the scale, to ensure that, that there is, to sort of account for the variations, that might happen, in any individual, plots of land. And last slide. And finally, on the preliminary results, you can see that there is additional testing that is forthcoming, in terms of a variety of sensitivity analyses. Certainly if the commission has feedback on other aspects, of the model, other sensitivities you would like us to be testing, in this, we'd love to hear from you, but you can see that a listing of, the variety of ideas that have come out through this process in terms of, looking at different income mixes, for the affordability, other height and FR scenarios, other on-site or off-site, scenarios, bedroom mix, unit requirements, alternative ground floor uses. So for example, if we didn't require commercial uses and you just had ground floor residential, that's something that we'll be looking at. Alternative parking requirements, that's a big cost driver, that was revealed, in the analysis, looking at a retail and office tipping point, particularly for existing uses, and getting an understanding of holding costs. So, if there's any other aspects that are missing, certainly now would be the time to share those thoughts. So with that, that's the sort of background and overview, and I'm going to turn it over to Rachel now, who's going to walk us through where housing should be located.
Okay. So our arena for the sixth cycle is significantly larger than what we had envisioned in our general plan. This being the case, and given the policy mandate to affirmatively further fair housing, we're seeking the Commission's input on which areas of the city should be located, or where housing should be located. We're also going to go over, next slide. We're also going to go over the preliminary sites analysis. Remember, this is the first cut, and we're going to go over which sites have been preliminarily identified that could potentially accommodate housing, meaning that they have the characteristics that potentially make it viable for housing. And lastly, we're going to consider concepts and options on how the city can achieve equitable housing access, viewing it through the lens of affirmatively furthering fair housing, which is a state mandate. Next slide. So 3 options are currently being considered for determining where housing sites for the SSI should be identified. As a first cut and as a first starting point to identifying suitable housing sites, the city staff started with kind of the overall loose strategy, which is, looking at all the commercially zoned areas, and looking at all of these parcels to see, basically where housing could potentially be located. This approach is somewhat equitable in terms of, we are looking at potentially, minimizing housing displacement and protecting existing residents. So that's why we started with this as a first approach. So keep in mind as I go later on through the slides that this approach does require some upzoning in certain areas. Next slide. Option B is dispersed housing. Basically, this incorporates the adopted loose strategy, but it also activates housing potential in areas that have not historically seen housing. This would mean upzoning the areas of Main Street, Montana, Ocean Park Boulevard, and potentially allowing new housing in commercially zoned areas that currently do not allow housing, such as the office campus areas and industrial conservation areas. In terms of fulfilling the goal of affirmatively furthering fair housing, this aligns the most with that mandate. It is somewhat consistent with the loose in the sense that we do start off with the loose as a strategy, and we just are looking at incorporating other areas as well. And this strategy also, this option also does require some upzoning. Next slide. So option C kind of mirrors the LA Transit-Oriented Communities program that Jing had spoken briefly about. This basically would intensify development standards within a half-mile buffer radius of the Expo Light Rail stations. This option envisions there would be fewer housing sites, but in order to meet the high RHNA, the areas around the stations would have a much greater density. This option may not align as well with the mandate to firmly furthering fair housing. And of course, upzoning in those buffer areas would definitely be needed. Next slide. So with the preliminary suitable sites analysis, as I said before, this is just a first cut at identifying viable sites that could potentially accommodate housing. This is still in draft form and very much subject to change, of course. And this first cut was based on, as we said, the overall loose strategy to minimize displacement of existing housing and people. And we viewed it through the lens of existing development standards, using the approved filters that was discussed in the prior Planning Commission and Council hearings. And this is really based on a qualitative review of sites. Staff did not go out there and interview every single property owner of these sites. And so, as I said before, we followed the filters and the approach that was given to us in the prior PC and Council hearings. And so these sites that we're looking at were first categorized into kind of 10 different categories, which are listed here. Next slide. Then when we looked at all of those filtered parcels, there were about 1,300 parcels that were individually reviewed with consideration to the following site characteristics, including its physical characteristics such as its size, access to an alley, the shape of the site, things like location relative to the urban grid. We also looked at the longevity of the existing uses on the site, whether or not we thought that from our perspective, if we thought that those potentially be discontinued. Location and context was also considered, whether or not that site had access to schools, jobs, transit, and so forth, and other residential amenities. Environmental constraints such as the fault hazard zones and very high, we don't have any very high fire zones in the city, but we did look at some environmental constraints. We also did look at hazardous waste sites listings. Not that they, necessarily preclude development of the site, but that there would just be, of course, extra barriers. We also looked at sites that potentially may have had past interest from developers, that they expressed interest in developing the site or whatnot. All right. So altogether, there were about 370 parcels identified that have the characteristics to accommodate housing, and this has a land capacity of accommodating upwards of 6,300 units based on the current development standards. Next slide. So how this was calculated, just want to be clear that the category 1, which are the pending and approved projects, those numbers were pulled directly from what is proposed and pending. So if there was a project on 5th Street that had 50 units, that was counted in there. So these numbers represent what the actual numbers are. We did not do a capacity analysis on those. For the city-owned sites, we assumed that all of the uses on those city-owned sites would be removed and that it would be developed to the current standards. As I said before, certain sites, the city-owned sites, which we'll talk later about, does merit special consideration later on. And then with regards to the remaining sites, those were looked at in terms of the current development standards. And the 6,300 units basically assumes all sites will redevelop, giving us a total capacity of 10,133 units. And the purpose of this analysis, I want to emphasize, is to identify sites that have the characteristics to potentially accommodate housing. We recognize not every site will necessarily develop. This 10,000 is just the capacity number, not saying that, this will actually result. Next slide. And so, as I said before, we recognize that not every site will redevelop. There are considerations, including, what we've heard from Jing on the HRNA analysis, that at the 7.5% ELI, which, is no longer an option, we understand. But at those standards, retail and residential prototypes in some areas would develop. But within the MUB and Lincoln Boulevard, while it is feasible to develop at that percentage, it would exceed current FAR. So an increase in FAR would be needed to show that those sites that have been identified would be redeveloped. And in addition, as Jing mentioned, if we wanted a higher affordability percentage in our affordable housing inclusionary requirement, those would require changes in the zoning standards. Slide. And sites for special consideration, I know that there's been discussion about city-owned sites. These are some of the sites that are listed here. Some of these are currently, being looked at for affordable housing, others not. So we're seeking Planning Commission's direction as to how we treat these sites. Other sites that are merit special consideration include state, institutional, and public utilities controlled sites. These, for the most part, have not been included in SSI because they are not, they are not owned by the city, nor do we control them. We would have to consult with these entities. In addition, there are a number of church parking lots, mostly in the R2, R1, and R3 zones. These are, with the passage of new state law that allows these, parking lots to be developed without replacing the parking, they could represent housing, significant housing potential. However, because of their underlying zoning, there's no really incentive for these church parking lots to redevelop because of their low standards in terms of development standards. In addition, there's A lots, which are these parking lots that are in the rear of these commercial fronting parcels. There are 9 lots associated with parcels that we've identified as having the high potential for residential. Slide. And taking it back, one of the things that is, very important to this discussion is the mandate to affirmatively furthering fair housing and making sure that we are fostering inclusive communities. This slide shows basically the redlining map that was put in place during the New Deal era. Our established neighborhoods were really influenced by discriminatory policies of the past, including single-family zoning, which, as Jing mentioned, originated as a form of racist policy to keep certain members of the population out in Berkeley. And then combined with that, there was the practice of redlining, using redlining maps to determine what areas should qualify for mortgage and so forth. And as you can see here, the location of renters and owners in the city very much correlates with the patterns of segregation that you see. And so major contributor to the racial segregation, of course, is still influenced by those historic practices and now is, kind of still perpetuated by high housing costs, high housing and land costs, also driven by land use and zoning decisions. Next slide. Some of the concepts for affirmatively furthering housing, as Jing mentioned, it includes, eliminating single-family zoning to allow for the development of increased housing opportunities, as well as, as I mentioned before, also under option B, which is modifying the development standard in areas such as the Montana Avenue, Main Street, and Ocean Park areas, which, housing has not really occurred in those areas because of the low density, the low development standards in those areas. In addition, there are some areas, the office campus, which is not available for housing, and there are some areas that are less industrial in nature in the industrial conservation zones that can potentially be open up for housing as well. Next slide. With that, I'm going to turn it back to Jing, who's going to present, the how of our housing element plan.
Thank you, Rachel. So let's jump into what we're calling the 4-point strategy to plan for affordable housing. Next slide. So as you can see here, the approach here is, understanding that there are tremendous challenges here in the production of housing. And as you heard me mention before, planning for over 6,100 affordable housing units will necessarily need to account for both private and public resources to be able to even put a dent in that number. And I think just to put this in context, you can see the challenge before us in terms of Rachel going over the preliminary sites analysis and where we are at. now in terms of capacity. You know, that again, that's just to provide some understanding as to where we're at this moment in time with existing standards and with, you know, preliminary sites we've identified. Combining that with, you know, the tremendous funding challenge, needing over $4 billion just for Santa Monica's allocation alone, much, you know, putting aside even what's needed for the rest of LA County. And on the other side of that, you know, if you were to just rely only on private resources to plan for that, you know, you're looking at planning for over 30,000 housing units, you know, working backwards. If let's just, you know, put out 20% inclusionary, you could put any percentage in there and it ends up being a massive number, you know, that isn't, you know, really realistic to be considering at this point either. So, you know, when we looked at this kind of, you know, problem statement before us, if you will, you know, assuming we have these challenges, you know, where this strategy is based on is really thinking through what are the areas that the city, you know, has control over. And what we have control over is, you know, kind of our regulations, our regulatory components. And the approach taken here was to look at, you know, concepts that allow, you know, the opportunity for affordable housing to happen, whether it be through unique and creative partnerships, you know, or to provide a leg up to housing as a substantial incentive. So you can see there that, you know, we're kind of looking at this from several different points. So one is to, you know, what can we do in terms of market rate housing and sort of maximize, you know, the inclusionary housing that is in those housing projects that would be moving forward. What can we do to better support our 100% affordable housing providers outside of, you know, funding, which is obviously a major barrier? What can we do in terms of looking at our existing housing stock, and are there, you know, different opportunities there to be opportunistic in, you know, being able to protect existing tenants, but also ensure long-term affordability, you know, if units come up that are at risk. And then finally looking at, you know, what role could accessory dwelling units, ADUs, play in this strategy in terms of, you know, I don't know that it's big A affordability, but what we kind of call little a affordability as well. So let's jump into strategy number one, which is, again, looking at the market rate housing aspect of it and what we can do to maximize the inclusionary requirement. So the AHPP, Affordable Housing Production Program, is the city's inclusionary housing program, and it currently has a menu. So if you're an applicant for a housing project in the city, you know, you can choose from a variety of options. You can provide units on-site, you can provide units off-site, or you can pay a fee. Put this table in front of you just to help understand that under the current system, you know, you can actually get up to almost 8 units or 7 units actually and still pay a fee because there's a little provision in there about a fractional unit. So that's a detail. It's just helpful to understand that that's the way the system is set up right now. There was formerly a 5% extremely low income option. That was the minimum inclusionary that was included in there in order to you know, charge the production of extremely low income units. That was increased to 7.5% as part of Tier 2 projects. That is currently suspended until February of 2022, pending revisions to the AHPP that are be taking place as part of this housing element update. So the minimum is now the 10% on site. Next slide, please. So the idea here is, you know, could we consider eliminating the menu and just kind of harmonize and simplify our AHPP system? So, you know, replacing it with one affordability percentage, you know, based on a project tier. And then you couple that with not just increasing the inclusionary, you know, as we talked about, if we want to make sure and, you know, provide the incentive for housing to actually occur, that needs to be paired with enough development potential to support that amount of inclusionary housing. So you can see there just as this is just an idea, an example idea to help kind of, you know, put some real world examples to that. So in this case, you know, let's say it's Tier 1 projects, you know, instead of the menu of 5, 10, and 20 at this point, you know, what if it's a 15%? Like that's just the one number, you know, at very low income. And then at the Tier 2 level, that's where you have the 20% affordability, so that increases, and then have the equal mix of units across levels. So we're just trying to think through, that if you have a market rate housing project moving forward, how can we increase the inclusionary requirements there, and also get the production of units, not just at any one single level, but a variety of levels, to address the RHNA. And as you see there, in the preliminary analysis that's been done thus far, it does appear that additional FAR is needed in order to support, these increased affordability levels for, large areas, most areas of the city. Next slide. So that's looking at an on-site concept. For an off-site concept, we heard this a lot through the working group, it's very interesting feedback with respect to the off-site program and why the sort of difficulties they're encountering with it. I think we heard pretty consistently that the limitation on the quarter-mile limitation on where the off-site project could occur is something that is a challenge for housing developers. They would like to see more flexibility in where that could be. And so a concept here is, could we consider allowing that flexibility? But I think the one thing we want to avoid is not having, the over-concentration of those units in any one area of the city. So is it you have the flexibility, but it can't be located SCAG has published these environmental justice areas, that are areas that have historically had, whether it's environmental disadvantages or there's household income, statistics that determine that it's an area that is disadvantaged. So I think that's an idea, where we could allow more flexibility across the city, but not in those areas that are already environmental justice areas. Another idea is, allowing the pooling of units, so allowing multiple applications to pool together and sort of combine their resources to, into one site. That was actually something that was brought up by developers, as an interest in that, and it's an interesting idea if they want to seek that kind of partnership. And then finally, looking at almost a evolution of the acquisition rehab option that is currently done largely through housing trust fund dollars, where it's the purchase of existing units, acquiring them, rehabilitating them, and then putting a deed restriction on them to ensure their long-term affordability. Could we allow, as part of an off-site option, a similar program for private market developers to do the same? That's a concept. There's obviously a lot of details, to think about in there, but I think we're just talking about, is that a concept that would be interesting, to look at as part of the draft housing element as well. And you can see just the little fact box on the side that, the advantage of offsite is that, you could look at facilitating potentially 30% more units offsite as compared to onsite. So there's certainly some value in thinking about, how we can make that offsite program work better, given the just overall cost of producing housing in the city. Next slide. This concept is the third part, I guess, of the market rate housing strategy here is to do with the density bonus system. So this is a question as to a concept we're presenting as to how density bonus might work, given updates in state law. So this slide here is showing basically how the chart works in state density bonus law now. And so it's a new bonus system that increases on a sliding scale. So it increases the bonus from, it was formerly 35%, now it's up to 50%. And you can see there that it increases relative to the amount of affordable on-site housing that is in the project. So if it's very low income, it's 10 to 24%, 5 to 15%, and very low income is 10 to 24, with a maximum of that 50% density bonus. Next slide. So, this is a concept here as we looked at, melding that together with the city's tier system, so this is an idea of basically expanding the existing tier structure. by basing the maximum FAR on a targeted affordability level. So the idea here would be, we have a tier 1 base for commercial projects, which would basically be reflective of our existing standards. And then there would be an additional tier 1 only for housing that would be based on, whatever is necessary to support 15% very low income on site. And then tier 2, would be at the 20% on site, again, what's necessary to support that. And I think that's the idea here, like what this does is that, the intent is to provide substantial housing incentives for housing projects relative to commercial projects. I think a problem that we have been seeing, over the past few years is, there's not enough of a distinction between commercial development standards and housing development standards. And so, all things being equal, oftentimes we'll see people, pursue that commercial project because it's not, possible. It doesn't pencil out for them to do that housing project. And so this is intended to address that issue, and integrate state density bonus law into the city's tier system. This is, and I think another kind of layer onto this concept would be, could we think about commercial projects in this, you can see here that they would only be available for that tier 1 base, but, could we consider allowing additional, development potential for a commercial project, if they were able to partner with an affordable housing developer. That's an idea that was actually brought about by some of our affordable housing providers. Could that be something, an idea to consider? So it's an interesting one, and, so we thought just to mention it, but, we're looking for feedback as to, not so much the details, but, whether this concept, of, a density bonus, system within the city, would make sense. Moving on to strategy number 2 now, which is about supporting 100% affordable housing. So before we jump into that, just giving the background, you can see, the blue map on the right. That is the map of a half mile from all major transit stops in the city. And that is basically all of those blue areas represent areas where 100% affordable housing projects get all of those incentives under state law. So if you're a 100% affordable housing project in that blue area, you automatically are allowed an extra 3 stories, unlimited density, and no minimum parking requirements. So when you heard me talk about that relative to, the concept of a housing overlay, it's essentially, being implemented largely already. But there are, there are variations across the city because all of this takes off from existing zoning, so there is some value in maybe harmonizing that system. Next slide. And that basically is, the proposal is to think about, a sort of true like overlay, harmonizing process in terms of administrative approval and incentives for 100% affordable housing. So this is a proposal that takes it sort of beyond AB 1763 even. Can we think about kind of allowing affordable housing providers to, build what they need to make that project work? So, why put a limit on FAR or density, or height in those commercial zones, and, to think about maybe guaranteeing, a minimum number of stories in residential zones, to make that, possible, to pursue land if it does come up for sale. And this would be a program that would be for projects up to 80% AMI only. So it would be that, up to the lower income. And again, it exceeds the AB 1763 incentives. The chart on the right there, is basically a kind of, simple representation of, heights, as they exist right now. So the orange represents kind of the maximum number of stories, under the existing zoning code, and the gray represents, what is allowed for those projects under AB 1763. So it's that extra 3 stories. So you can see there that, it ranges already, they already have, that ability to go to 6, to 11 stories, depending on where in the city it's located. So it's just, again, this is a concept to think about, what regulatory incentives can we provide to 100% affordable to try and remove, the city as a barrier, if they're able to move forward with an opportunity to produce affordable housing. Next slide. As a complement to that, we were thinking about a strategy for, basically the moderate end of the range, so, above 80%, but not more than 120% AMI. And those projects are currently not able to access the incentives under state density bonus law. So, this would be a proposal to essentially enact a local version of AB 1763 for moderate income projects. So, consider, some increase in a number of stories. I think we put 3 in there, but we're certainly, that's not a sort of like set number or anything. I think it's just to think about, could we give, additional height and, maybe not as much of a bonus relative to lower income, but, some percentage increase. We put there kind of 50% as an idea for moderate income projects. And, this is something that the city hasn't traditionally done. We did allow sort of 100% affordable before, and there were a lot of moderate income projects that were built under the old formula, but, really since then, there isn't really a dedicated funding source for moderate income units. And, we have had the opportunity to talk to some, a couple of developers who work in that space. And, I think what we've seen in kind of talking to the, people who kind of do this work is that, they do need some flexibility in the unit mix requirement in order to kind of make it work. But they kind of trade that off with common area amenities. And there's sort of different models that coming at this moderate income range. And, so this is just an idea as to how, as a possible strategy to incentivize moderate income housing. And finally, kind of rounding out, things that we could adjust, next slide, is, pairing those incentives with a new requirement, sort of a right of first refusal to purchase land that would be available to nonprofit providers. So this is something that's modeled after San Francisco's Community Opportunity to Purchase Act ordinance. And, I think there's a variety of ways that it could be implemented. It could be a range from, sort of noticing, opportunity to know about it, all the way to requirement to negotiate. I think there's a lot of things that could be thought about in there, but essentially the idea, the base concept is to allow those affordable housing providers to be, have the first opportunity, know about land when it goes on sale first, and have the opportunity to, submit their bids. So, that's something that we're putting forward. And then other concepts, that are sort of being worked on, I would say more in the legislative advocacy side of things is, piggybacking onto developments already in progress. So if there was a partner, with commercial projects or even market projects, could there be the purchase of additional blocks of housing, obviously, of affordable housing, obviously that requires funding, which, as we've, made clear, is not available at this moment in time. So staff is continuing to work on that end in terms of coming up with proposals, legislative proposals for funding. And, that's going to be something that's going to be continued to be done. And that was at Council's past direction. Moving on to strategy 3, which is looking at existing units for long-term stability. So, just some base information here. There are 27,000 rent-controlled units, and many of them have already reset to market rents due to vacancy decontrol. So, when we look at the strategy here, I think that, it's not really looking at, like, would it count towards RHNA, because any programs that the city already has in place to ensure housing stability for our existing residents largely would not count towards the RHNA. However, we believe that is something that does have to be named. It doesn't mean just because it doesn't count towards RHNA that it's not something the city, should be doing, given that housing security for our existing residents is something that, is part of this planning process as well. So, the concepts that we've been looking at is, outreach regarding the availability of vouchers. It's something that, in the discussions with the stability working group, requires a willingness on behalf of, landlords and tenants to enter into those kinds of agreements. And, a lot of these programs, it seems would benefit from, some sort of outreach or education boost as to their value and what it means, and what it can do to assist our existing tenants and landlords And as you heard me mention before, regarding the offsite program, is the opportunity to allow flexibility to purchase units and convert to long-term affordability. Some things to consider there is that, we do have, vacant units, units that have, for example, have been ELLIS'd, a very long time ago, haven't been reoccupied for some time, are those sort of, properties that could be incentivized to, come back into permanent rental stock, just as an example. So going to the next slide, as we think about, whether using existing units as a source of affordable housing, is to look at how the state's guidelines for this. So there is an option called the alternative adequate sites approach, and what that allows is to have units that are substantially rehabilitated, converted from non-affordable to affordable, and the preservation of affordable housing to be used, to have credit in your RHNA. However, you can see there's a rundown of, what the very limited program rules that can apply. So it has to require that the city provide committed assistance through an enforceable agreement between July 1, 2021 and the end of the first 2 years. So we're getting clarity on that, but we believe it means like October of 2023, is that between that time period, the agreements have to have occurred within that time period in order to count. And the city must have met some share of its production in very low and low income and prior cycles. And you also need to have specific projects and an identified funding source. So, these are very, very narrow parameters. Not surprisingly, many cities cannot meet this, but I think in reviewing this, with our partners in the housing division, we actually think that, the city could actually use this program, for not a lot of units, but some that are already in progress. But this is something that we would need to, still further evaluate with HCD. Staff to make sure that we're reading those program rules correctly. So moving to strategy 4 on ADUs, and this is where I'm going to turn over to Ross to take us through the end of this.
Thanks, Jing. So like Jing said, the next strategy to plan for affordable housing is incentivizing ADUs. As the Commission is aware, starting in 2017, the state has passed a series of laws removing barriers to ADUs in hopes to increase their development, as ADUs play an important role in the production of housing. Since these new laws came into effect, Santa Monica has seen an increase in ADU production and interest each year, as shown by the table on this screen. In 2020, Santa Monica adopted a new ADU code section that is compliant with new state law and in some regards expands upon the requirements to further encourage ADU production, such as exempting all ADUs from parcel coverage and floor area. As shown by this map, the vast majority of the ADU development is within the R1 zone district, with 200 of the 250 ADUs located within it. It's important to note that these numbers are only now just starting to reflect ADU development within multifamily zone districts, which is a new component of state law that has been in effect for just over a year now. Pursuant to HCD, a jurisdiction may satisfy its RHNA through a variety of methods other than identifying sites. One of these alternative methods is including the potential development of ADUs based on such factors as the number of ADUs developed in the prior planning period, community need and demand, the resources and incentives available for ADUs, the availability of ADUs for occupancy, and the anticipated affordability of these units. In order to project the increased potential of ADU development for the next housing element cycle, HCD recommends the following options. Use the trends in ADU construction since January 2018. Assume an average increase of 5 times the previous planning period constructed prior to 2018. Use trends for regional production and include programs that aggressively promote and incentivize ADU construction. Using our past ADU production, Santa Monica averages 80 ADUs per year. Using this average, it could be expected that over the next 8-year housing element cycle, approximately 640 ADUs may be built and can be used towards our RHNA. And this estimate does not account for the possible future interest in ADUs to be incorporated into existing multifamily residential and mixed-use developments. One important aspect that a jurisdiction has to provide for ADU development to count towards RHNA is analysis of anticipated affordability levels. Staff initiated a survey that began on March 4th to help understand how ADUs are being used and how they contribute to the city's housing supply. This survey is targeting individuals that either have an ADU on their property or live in an ADU. The survey and outreach materials were provided in both English and Spanish and ask questions regarding bedroom count, occupancy, and rental amount. The survey concludes on March 18th, so as a quick plug, if anyone watching has an ADU or lives in one and you haven't taken the survey already, please do. The hope of the survey is to collect more localized data on ADUs specific to Santa Monica. However, if adequate data is not able to be obtained, SCAD conducted a regional analysis of current market rents that can be used to obtain credit towards each income level in the RHNA. SCAD's analysis was pre-certified by HCD and allows cities to assume that the total anticipated ADU production would be assigned to the income categories listed on this slide. So to help incentivize ADU production, staff is recommending that an incentive program is established for the R1 zone district. The R1 district, as Jing mentioned previously, is approximately 35% of the city, but only provides 13% of the city's housing supply. And currently, the maximum density by right an R1 parcel can develop is 3, 1 single-family residence, 1 detached ADU, and 1 junior ADU. The incentive program would allow for an additional ADU if the property owner is willing to deed restrict one of the ADUs at an affordable level. The incentive program would help achieve the goal of affirmatively furthering fair housing by providing more affordable housing opportunities within the R1 zone district. Additionally, as mentioned previously, part of being able to count ADUs towards RHNA is to show the incentive programs are in place. Therefore, I wanted to quickly mention that staff is pursuing a grant to produce an ADU accelerator program that would help simplify the ADU process. The accelerator program would provide a handbook detailing all standards and processes attributed to ADU development for those that want to design their own ADU, but it would also include pre-approved ADU plans that could be selected by a property owner. Both of these efforts would help reduce the time and costs associated with ADU development. However, the accelerator program is greatly dependent on receiving the applied for grant money, which I believe we should hear back for sometime in April. And so lastly, to round out the concepts, there are 3 other concepts, but they are not yet considered as primary tools for the SSI. To summarize, the first is a commercial land trust. However, this is difficult to finance. Additionally, low and moderate income housing may not be able to afford the cost, and it requires a very close monitoring of occupancy and sales. The next is a vacancy tax, but the expected revenue is low and the cost of enforcement is high. And lastly, there is commercial to residential conversion. There are many logistical and design challenges to this concept, and it can likely be costly. We also anticipate this will not result in a significant number of units. Office conversion will essentially be an assumption, which is hard to prove. However, nevertheless, we are having HRNA conduct a sensitivity test to better understand the potential tipping point for when an office might convert to residential. And we're having them also produce an inventory of office spaces. That concludes the concepts, and I'll hand it over to Steve for housing stability.
Great, thanks, Ross. So this next section is on housing stability, reflecting on the discussions and the recommendations from the Stability Technical Working Group. Next slide. So housing stability consists of 2 categories. We have preservation programs that focus on rehabilitation to maintain and extend the use and livability of our aging residential buildings. And second, housing assistance programs and services that provide and focus on providing financial and technical support to our seniors, our families, and our persons with disabilities and others with special needs. Next slide. So the technical working group held many discussions on housing barriers and the needs for existing residents. Many of the housing barriers reflect on the issues that renters are currently experiencing, such as housing affordability, difficulties with housing applications in terms of credit restrictions and income qualifications, a call for alternate forms of credit scoring, recognizing that people are facing housing barriers based on race, income, and other factors, possible discrimination while applying for housing, We did hear of general resident mistrust of landlords and also the need for assistance with navigating through available housing programs and services. In terms of resident needs, the working group focused on the need for financial assistance and greater support for those who are rent burdened, continued tenant protection and assistance ranging from legal counsel, oversight of landlord obligations related to voucher programs and housing maintenance and repairs, and also assistance on tenant rights and available housing programs. Third, there was the continued support services for the homeless and also our at-risk individuals. And finally, the need to preserve housing affordability by maintaining and rehabbing our existing housing stock. Next slide. Our existing housing programs and services are being evaluated for effectiveness, considering both the resident housing needs and also limitations such as funding availability. So the programs are listed here in our two categories. First are the existing rehab programs that are in place to maintain the condition of our existing housing stock. This is where you'll find our rehabilitation programs, acquisition and rehab, and their small grants, as well as our seismic retrofit program. Next slide. And second are the existing programs and services that are in place that help our residents with housing affordability and protection. So this is where you're going to find our POD program, the tenant eviction protection programs, and of course our housing voucher programs. Next slide. So the working group focused on the need to preserve tenant, covenant, and non-restricted naturally occurring affordable units, rental assistance and support services to ensure housing security for existing residents most vulnerable to displacement, and also the need for additional funding sources to maintain and also implement program enhancements and improvements or expansions that we'll be talking about. The working group concluded with a prioritized list of program enhancements and new concepts that would require some additional funding, with some that are more in reach than others, and those dependent on if and when additional funding and staff resources become available. So tonight we are sharing this information so that the Commission may also prioritize these concepts as well. Next slide. So the first area of need is rental assistance and financial support for those who are rent burdened. As part of that discussion, concerns were expressed that landlords were not accepting tenants with Section 8 housing vouchers, for example, as required by law, and stating other factors for denying their applications, which really speaks to the need for additional oversight where an outreach coordinator would be helpful in such capacity. And Jean had mentioned that earlier. Expansion of the POD program had also been talked about. However, it would be helpful to have some clarity on what it means to expand, whether this would include adding additional seniors to the program or to expand the program to families. And if so, that would likely greatly increase the amount of funding needed as their living costs are much higher than of a senior. In considering funding challenges, what would be the more effective approach, whether providing a greater dollar amount for a smaller group of individuals and residents or spreading a lesser amount over more participants? And as we know, the POD program is a basic needs budget program that is included for seniors that provides income after rent expenses. Next slide. So there is a need for additional support on educating and informing tenants and landlords about their rights and also available housing programs in the form of that outreach coordinators, which could provide residents with support on a variety of issues, such as Section 8 voucher requirements, credit counseling, tenant relocation, and also temporary relocation during repairs of a tenant repairs to a unit. And this is in efforts to bridge that communication gap between both tenants and landlords that we are continuously hearing about. Also, the city is starting a 2-year right to counsel pilot program that will provide residents with legal representation against attempted evictions by landlords. The city will be monitoring the pilot program for its overall effectiveness and feasibility. Next slide. The next area of support was to continue our supportive services for our homeless and at-risk individuals. Additional assistance to participants long-term in any program enhancements would require additional staff to lower that client and staff ratios, basically to allow for the additional support. Next slide. And the last area is to maintain housing affordability by conserving our at-risk housing and also expanding policy to non-covenant units such as rent-controlled units. Policy would be similar to how we currently approach our restricted affordable housing, nearing the end of their affordability terms that are at risk of becoming market rate housing. For acquisition and rehabilitation, affordable housing providers have expressed difficulties in competing in the open market to acquire property when they do become available for purchase. As Jing had mentioned, establishing a program similar to San Francisco's COPA ordinance, which gives qualified nonprofit organizations the right of first offer or refusal to purchase properties would further support acquisition and rehab, which, although is expensive, can help to keep qualifying residents in their homes. The current small grants program provides funding for landlords to rehabilitate their properties occupied by low and moderate households. Although this program has been successful in the past, there are challenges in finding property owners who are willing and eligible to participate. In terms of priorities, this program is not a critical priority at the moment relative to other programs that provide needed benefits, and this is based on its limited amount of funding that we could give to property owners. As an expansion of this program, the working group did talk about something of an exchange program where grants are provided for ongoing maintenance in exchange for deed restricting such units for long-term affordability. However, staff believes there are potential challenges for landlords to want to deed restrict their units long-term, as it may not be economically viable and therefore unlikely, especially considering the small amount of financial assistance in rehabilitating the units compared to the loss of market rents. Next slide. In terms of new concepts, a rehabilitation tax abatement program was suggested where small rehabilitation grants are provided to landlords in exchange for property tax reductions for a period of time to pay back the cost of the work. This would be a concept similar to the Mills Act program for historic properties, would promote rehabilitation of existing housing stock while providing short-term affordability. Such program would require some coordination outside the city with the county assessor and also includes some legislative changes. And as with any new program, evaluation must consider kind of the overall effectiveness on a more broader scale and also balance the output of that program with the staff resources to administer such a new program. Next slide. So it's important to note the likely impact the pandemic will have on available funding and resources moving forward. There is uncertainty on how the pandemic will impact our existing programs and services, and it is anticipated that the need for support will significantly increase in all areas. As you can see here, the city's emergency rent assistance program this past year provided all of its available funding to serve 650 out of 1,000 applicants with some assistance, but with many still unserved. And down below is a list of our revenue sources for our housing-related programs, and that's just to provide some additional context of where the money is coming from. Next slide. In its discussion, the Commission should focus on prioritizing these program enhancements and which of these concepts should be further evaluated as we move forward. That concludes the stability section, and Jing will next talk about the consequences of non-compliance.
Thanks, Steve. And we are pretty much done with a couple of slides left. So I'll move quickly through the ramifications of non-compliance. Next slide. So this is the housing element, as you know, has to be adopted by October 15, 2021. So the process that we're at this point is to get feedback, on these concepts to be able to prepare the written draft housing element to be back to the Commission in June to discuss additional details with you and to turn that draft into HCD in July. Then we will be waiting for their comments back on that draft element, and then ultimately we hope to have those comments should be back sometime around September in preparation for the final adoption by Council on October the 15th. If there is a failure to adopt the housing element or have a housing element certified, penalties include withholding grant funding. There are judicial remedies that HCD could pursue in addition to erosion of local land use control. Next slide. Chief among these is SB 35. This was a bill that was included in the 2017 housing package. We thought it'd be helpful. We do have an attachment to the staff report that has a more detailed explanation as to the variety of provisions in SB 35. I won't go through all of them here, but you can see that it really focuses on insufficient progress towards above moderate units and insufficient progress towards lower income units. It does not address insufficient progress for moderate income. So we just wanted to make sure that was understood in terms of the applicability of SB 35. And, if a jurisdiction doesn't show progress towards any of those two levels at each annual report, so every year, April 1, we have to turn in a kind of production report to HCD, and that determines, whether your city is subject to HB 35. If you're not showing progress towards sort of the prorated RHNA allocations, over that 8-year cycle, then you're required to offer housing projects a ministerial approval process, as long as they are providing, 10% affordability if it's the above moderate side of things, and 50% affordability if it's the lower income side of things. So just wanted to make sure that that was understood as to how SB 35 works. So with that brings us to the conclusion of this presentation, and we thank you for enduring through this with us. And we have a couple of questions, which are basically, next slide, replicated in the staff report. As we started this presentation and, guiding your discussion in terms of where housing should be located. So we offered some options in terms of geographic distribution, and thinking about, aligning with Santa Monica's adopted growth strategy, but also accomplishing equitable housing access, that requirement for affirmatively furthering fair housing. And then finally, over the next couple questions, how do we plan to achieve the RHNA? So really feedback on that 4-point strategy. Next slide. And then thinking about, what's the role of city-owned property in all of this? Should there be a prioritization of affordable housing on city-owned sites? Is there an interest in establishing a minimum number of units? Should we think about a different set of standards for city-owned sites to incentivize housing potential? And then as we think about some of those unique sites that you heard Rachel talk about in the preliminary analysis in terms of A lots, parking lots of religious congregations, these are all sort of variations of parking lots, and is there an opportunity there to incentivize affordable housing production on those sites? And then finally, the questions on housing stability, as you saw, limited resources that are available, continue to fund and sustain these programs, and given that environment, what's the priority to promote housing stability for our existing residents? So Ross, you can probably stop sharing your screen, and you're probably tired of hearing our voices, but we are happy at this point to answer your questions and looking forward to hearing public comment.
All right. Well, thank you to everyone who contributed to that report. 85 slides later, we are still here. I want to alert commissioners and the public that the entire slide deck has now been posted to the agenda for tonight's meeting. It's also been sent, commissioners, to your city email addresses. So if you'd like to download it, and that way you can quickly, if you're preparing questions, you can actually give staff a slide number to get to the questions as quickly as possible. I would like to suggest the following, which is at the suggestion of Vice Chair Pastor. we should do our first round of clarifying questions by segment in order to make sure that we are all on the same page for each of the segments. And we'll just run down the list and, go up and down the alphabet as we do that for each of them. We've been at this for 2 hours. The public is waiting. So what I'm going to suggest that we do is, go through with clarifying questions. Let's make sure as quickly as possible that we, understood everything that we wanted to understand. I'm going to suggest that we then go to the public hearing so that we can hear from the public as quickly as possible, and then go back again similarly with more substantive questions through each of the sections. I think we're going to have to delay our responses to the questions that have been posed to us until tomorrow night because of the way this meeting has been agendized. So with that, I'm just going to move my screen over. I'm trying to actually download this thing, which is quite massive. And so with that, let me ask, starting with Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, whether you have any questions regarding Section 1. I don't know, is there a table of contents slide that we can put up so folks know where we are?
Yeah, there's slide 5 is kind of the agenda, if you will. So
let's do that. Let's put up slide 5 so people know where we are. I just want to make sure that so this is, we'll start with Commissioner Fonda Bernardi. Do you have any clarifying questions about background on outreach or updated goals? And if you don't, yeah.
You and the first question, first of all, thank you for this awesome report. There's more here than we can digest in the hour and a half we've had, 2 hours almost, I guess now. But I had a question regarding your discussions with the other stakeholders and the other city departments. If we're looking at a $6 billion build out of these 8,000 odd units, what is the infrastructure cost? Do we get numbers from police, public works, fire, schools? Are we getting a stream of information that will be required to set the fees for these kinds of projects so that they actually pay for themselves? So that's the first question.
Yeah, that's a great question. We have had several meetings with all of our interdepartmental partners in terms of police, fire, public works covering many aspects of not the least of which is water, with our mobility colleagues, really for the purposes of thinking through the analysis in the EIR. At this phase of the project, we don't have any of those specific estimates. We're just not at that point yet. But it's definitely things that we're going to be looking at in terms of what does it mean to plan for this amount of housing units and the impacts on the city's infrastructure. And then I think your secondary question is is there the opportunity then to think about what it costs to sustain that. And I think we're not quite at that point. We have a variety of existing development impact fees in terms of like parks and recreation, transportation impact fees, childcare, arts. We do not have other ones that are related to impact fees. That there are fees that, like for example, public works charges in terms of water connection fees and the like that are intended to ensure that new development is paying for the cost of that impact. And I think that if those were to be updated, that will require an update to those fees. I would note, I believe Rachel can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the wastewater fee was very recently updated. That's just an example of one.
That is correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the corollary to that is, do we have the water for this kind of development? For 7,000, 8,000, 9,000 units, where will we get to?
Yeah, we are working with our, sorry, go ahead, Jane.
Oh, no, go ahead. I was about to just call on you.
Yeah. So, we are looking into that with our colleagues in public works. They are actually undergoing an update of the urban water management plan. And so we have been working with them in collaboration and feeding them this information about, how much housing could be expected as part of this housing element update. And so we have been working with them in coordination with that. And so their urban water management plan should be presented to council around the same time as, our EIR. So it very much coincides with that.
Okay, thank you.
I'm muted. I see that. Commissioner Fresco, any questions on outreach or goals?
Not on outreach or goals.
Great. Commissioner Lambert.
No, I don't have any on that subject.
Okay. Commissioner Pastor. Outreach or goals?
Yes, I have a couple questions. Was there outreach to people who work in Santa Monica but don't live in Santa Monica?
Yes, so the primary tool to get there was the housing and mobility survey. So that was sent to all of our regulated employers, who we work with through the TDM program. And as you saw, given that our non-resident workforce is very substantial, that was the sort of avenue to contact those folks.
Okay. And do you have demographic information about the responses we got, like across the board from all of our different, income or demographic responses?
Carrie or Rachel, you're able to.
Oh, are you? I'm sorry, Commissioner Pastor. Are you talking about the respondents of the mobility survey?
I guess I'm asking for all of the outreach we did. Do we have a sense of sort of who the people are who responded?
Okay, I'm going to swing that back to Carrie then.
Yeah, and that may be a big. I'm just about that.
Yeah, so that wasn't a component of what we were asking of people when they attended our outreach events. I believe it's part of the ADU survey that we've sent out. And I'm sure it's in the housing and transportation survey.
Okay.
But generally, overall, when we were conducting our engagement and community outreach events, we weren't asking about information.
And so, Sean, will you put the TOC back up for a second? I have some other questions, but I don't think they fall into this one.
Do we have it?
Yeah, no. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Raskin.
Yeah, thank you. Just one question. Is this presentation going to go to any other boards or commissions before going off to City Council, or are we the last stop? And I'm specifically curious about whether the Rent Board or the Housing Commission are going to have a chance to weigh in any further.
I think, this is a very imperfect process given the speed. We've had to kind of crunch things together. Normally we would, but just we haven't had time, to get there before council on the 30th. But I think that we could certainly circle back as we did. I think we ended up going to the Housing Commission after the December council meeting. So, that's certainly something that we could schedule as well. Since we already have made a presentation initially to them, to both Housing Commission and Rent Control Board, who certainly have input into this process. But before the March 30th meeting, we don't have something scheduled between now and then, I don't believe.
Got it. Thanks. That's all my questions.
Commissioner Reese.
Maybe one that falls into that category. Just on the outreach to some of the property owners, the large institutions, specifically UCLA. Are you planning on reaching out and talking to them? I would urge you to do that because they have such aggressive sustainability goals, and they have really dealt with some of their TDM programs mainly by building housing. It would seem like they would be a natural ally in this process. So is there a plan to go back and talk to UCLA about developing some of their land?
Yeah, so I think, all of these sort of like large institutional landholders, whether it's the state, UCLA, the school district, that's on our plan to have a conversation, or outreach, just to understand where they're at. The college, is also part of that. So, we've certainly been having conversations with different property owners who have approached us, over the past few months. But given the focus on lands held by other agencies other than the city, that's something that we do have are going to be doing going forward.
Okay. I think, Chair, those are all my questions right now. That is my question.
Okay. Thanks. I have one question, and maybe I missed it because you've done such thorough background research, and the outreach to the production-related outreach, it strikes me, was primarily focused on developers. I'm wondering if you did research or formal outreach to learn more about, say, prefab construction, CLT, the new laminate timber construction. If you did any outreach with, say, the building trades, just to try to understand what you foresee as the trend in both construction innovation and construction. You talked a lot about what goes into the cost of a project, but I was just with a cycle. You talked a lot about what goes into the cost of a project, but
so in terms of the production group, it wasn't just the developers; it was the design professionals who actually work with that. And on the HRNA team, we actually had 2 architects and a construction estimator, to assist in terms of like developing assumptions. And in working with the production group, that issue of like construction innovation, including prefab, and other building, approaches, was actually a topic that was discussed in the working group. Interestingly, I think that, and I'm sort of going off the top of my head, but I think the general sentiment that we got back was, the focus on construction cost it wasn't something that was overly emphasized by the group as something that the city necessarily had a lot of control over, because when you talk about materials or an approach, to construction, I think they were looking at it as almost like it's a big number without a doubt, but is it something that the city necessarily has a lot of control over, like other than, our impact fees as an example. So, okay. It was something, and I think we did hear from the group that, prefab wasn't all that more cost effective versus conventional construction. So that's, I'm just sharing with you, like, that's the feedback, that we received from kind of like the end users who are actually collecting materials and kind of doing the work. So.
No, I appreciate that, because something like, the reason that I'm asking is that, for example, and this is precisely because it's out of our control, you take something like CLT, which, everybody's reading about and raving about, but CLT has not yet been approved in seismically sensitive areas. And we're just now seeing the emergence of the technology for use in states like California, where there are earthquakes. So I think it would be helpful to have that information on background information, understanding if we're looking out over 10 years, what we can expect if we're looking for strategies to encourage, especially if we're giving density bonuses on affordable housing. So I saw Jim's hand, and then I see Leslie. That's why I'm asking the question.
Wait, sorry. Leslie, hold on.
Jim is next.
Hold on.
Yeah,
I have the same follow-up here, is that where you could save money for the developer on the prefab or the modular is by working a program with your building and safety to make it a streamlined process. I see a lot of concerns with my current clients who are all trying to do modular, and how building and safety is reacting to that. So that is one.
So is there are you asking whether or not?
That's a question about outreach to building and safety, right, Jim? That's a question about outreach to building and safety, right?
As much as your comments were questions, yes, Sean.
Yes, exactly. Right.
Can I say something? the CMS, whatever the acronym is for the lumber, that actually, there is a 10-story building in downtown LA built by a nonprofit using that technology. It's done.
Okay, so my question.
So LA DBS, so Jim is right. DBS has to be willing to be flexible on these new technologies. So we do have a role in that.
Right. So the question that I think all three of us are asking is, can you do more outreach on this type of construction in order to inform our decision-making processes based on consultation with building and safety and other housing providers? We're pushing you there, but it was just a gap that I noticed and want to find out what your plans are for that kind of outreach.
Certainly. I mean, yeah, we can certainly explore those with our building and safety colleagues.
Perfect. Let's go on to question area 2, the Santa Monica Housing Needs Assessment, and we'll start with Commissioner Reese. Any questions on that area?
Yeah, I think this falls into this category. In the report that I saw, we talked about something called seasonal recreational uses, and we were talking about residential, and it took up about 20%. What do we mean by that?
Yeah, that was my question.
So I'm assuming you're asking about the vacancy data that's in the attachment A?
Yeah, it was an existing conditions report. I took that out of, I believe.
Okay, so yes, sorry, there's some, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So yes, it's basically the data that was provided basically is a breakdown of all the vacant units in Santa Monica, and a good majority of them, I think you quoted, was 20% of them are for seasonal recreation use. So that means that it's people's summer homes or, their second homes, and they use it for vacation rentals, and that's what that represents.
So vacation, okay. Well, it seems to me we have a problem with vacation rentals, but that's not really part of today's conversation. So I'm going to move on to, there was also a graphic on about page 28 that talked about the housing stock construction over the last few decades. And there was a significant drop-off in the early 80s. Can you opine why, or did we go through a major rezoning at that point, downzoning everything? Why are we seeing such a dramatic drop in housing production?
Well, it was around the majority of our housing was really built before the 1980s. So that's when really the single family homes started coming up, and the neighborhoods started getting really built out. And frankly, I think that, with less land available and given the zoning standards, construction really slowed down, especially through the recession. So I don't know if Jane, do you have anything to add on to that?
Yeah. In terms of policy, that's lining up with, and David might be able to fill in better on this, that lines up with the 1984 general plan and then the 88 zoning code. That was, I believe, the 84 plan kind of established different heights and FARs across the city, certainly far different, than it was in the 60s and 70s. And then the 88 zoning code was a ratcheting down, actually, of what was in that adopted 84 plan. David, is that consistent with kind of how those two documents
Jing,
work together?
That's exactly right. I mean, the 84 loose really did result in reduced development standards across the city. And then, as Jing said, then when the 88 zoning ordinance was done, there was a further ratcheting back of development standards. So we really saw what could be built reduced at that time.
Okay, then on about page 37, we have listed units, units at risk of conversion. And we have a category low risk. Can you tell me a little bit more? I mean, as I understood that those are 100% nonprofit owned units that we have some minimal concern that they will go out of existence. Am I understanding that properly?
Sorry, I'm just trying to get to what page you're referring to.
I wrote down page 37, if I'm right.
Page 37 of attachment A, or attachment 1, yeah.
Give me 1 second. So this is data that was pulled from the California Housing Partnership. And Carrie, I believe you've done a little bit of research as to how they classified it as kind of risk levels, right? I'm going to let Carrie try to take this.
Sorry, can
Sorry.
Can you say that again? My headphones are.
Oh, sorry. Yes. It's about the California Housing Partnership. I believe you had some conversations with them about as to how they classified the risk level in terms
Well,
of
and I was also clarifying what where are we referring to? It appears we are referring to 100% affordable projects.
These are
low
public, yes.
risk.
These are publicly assisted units. Yes, that's in this chart.
Okay. Okay. So
Yes.
once that's established, then if you could define why you think those could go away.
So I think,
actually, sorry.
oh, go ahead, Carrie. Yep.
Oh no, I was just going to say I didn't get information from them about their establishment of the risk levels. It was really just the location of the sites that they have.
So I think, Jim, in terms of your question as to whether they would be, these would be, usually most of those kinds of developments are developed through some sort of funding source, and, that they may have some relationship to a affordability covenant that's associated with those. And so, this, and it comes up on occasion, even in Santa Monica, where, you have projects that whether they receive city funds or federal funds, and those covenants are coming due. And the reason I think they're in that low risk category is because they're owned by that mission driven organization. So then it's an opportunity to then, either extend the loan or renegotiate the terms of that contract to further extend that. But, it's on there because, there is something that it's not in sort of has a covenant that just goes on forever. There is a, whether it's 99 years or what have you, there is an endpoint.
It'll expire. Okay, and then can you give me a little background on the high risk one? There's only about 184, but what would these be? What kind of units would these be? Are these in private developments that had a 30-year covenant or to that effect, and that covenant's expiring?
I would believe so, yeah, of those that are in the next 1 to 5 years. So it's ones where it's not owned by a mission-driven organization. So, they have the opportunity to put that on the market.
We can also reach out to the California Housing Partnership to kind of classify how they, or get details on how they classify the risk levels too.
Okay, well, I'll have more comments about those later when we're out of questions. And I think that's the end of my questions right now in this section.
Okay. Commissioner Raskin on section 2.
Yeah, thank you. On slide 13 of the PowerPoint, this is also in the staff report, there's data about median annual household incomes, and it looks like that data comes from the American Community Survey. I was just curious if you know if that data captures or if that data really just reflects people who are renting and owning homes.
That's the latter. That income, the median income on slide 13 reflects the median income of all renters in Santa Monica. So if you have, impoverished or seniors that are working or that have lower wages, of course they're not falling within that median range.
Got it. Okay. All right, that's my only question for now.
Okay. Commissioner Pastor, section 2.
Yeah, I just have a few questions. I think this is the right section. Do we know what percentage of renters live in single-family homes as opposed to apartments? Right, because you said that 35% of our land is single-family homes and that 13% of the population lives in those homes. But do we have any idea what percentage of renters live in single-family homes?
No, unfortunately, the ACS doesn't break it down like that. It really just breaks it down to renter occupied versus owner occupied. I think we may be able to pull some data based on kind of areas that we know where single family homes are predominantly located at, like certain census tracts. So we could probably try to aggregate that data somehow.
Okay, and
Could I just jump in for clarifying on that? Could you compare who pays the utilities on a household to who pays the property tax? where that is different, assume that that's a rental property? Just to solve Elise's question.
Yeah, I don't believe that's something that that's data that we're able to pull from the ACS or anything like that.
If it was something that was, that's fine. But if it's not, I don't want you guys to do. And then I just want to. Am I correct that moderate income is not affordable under our current zoning code? I think that was in the staff report, but I just want to double check.
Yeah, that's right. The zoning code definition of affordable housing stops at 80% AMI.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Commissioner Lambert.
I just wanted to confirm that the source of your demographic and housing data is the American Community Survey, and that is the survey used by virtually every local government in the country. Is that true?
That is true, yes. And this is data that is encouraged by, actually pre-certified by SCAG to use in housing elements.
Right. And then also to Elise's question, doesn't ACS have the number of single-family residences and then also the number of homeowners? And couldn't you correlate the renters and homeowners using that?
I will have to double check, but I believe when I've been looking at the data, it's really just split up into renter occupied versus owner occupied. I know that the Department of Finance does split it up into single family versus multifamily, but I will double check again.
Yeah, I thought somewhere in the ACS there's like the number of units per building, but I may be wrong.
There are a number of, I think, bedrooms per.
Yeah, that's bed. I'm talking about the number of units, like if it's a single family versus multifamily.
Okay. I'll look into that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fresco.
This is the housing needs assessment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. No, I'm good. My questions are later. Will I be penalized if I ask them at the wrong time?
Yes. Commissioner Fondo Bernardi.
Yeah, I have a question similar to Commissioner Reese's question, which is, does the city have a list of projects that were essentially probably funded with various sources of incomes that had these restricted income units, and as they fall out because they've been there for 55 years or 30 years or whatever it is that a list that we are managing, or is that something that's coming from some outside source? In other words, do we know what our decay is?
You mean the list of projects with expiring covenants?
Yes.
Yeah.
And how many units are in play at any given?
We have that.
We do have that information, and Jim, are you able to speak to that? Because it's a report actually that the Housing Division created, I want to say 5 years ago or so, and they have been tracking that.
Sure. There's a couple of pieces of information. Your existing housing element actually has a table in it called the publicly assisted housing that starts on page 82 of the current housing element. Now that's publicly assisted housing. So it does not include the inclusionary units per se, and I don't have that data kind of at my hands, but that is data we can pull together. We also did staff also did a information item to council specifically about HUD-assisted at-risk properties a few years ago, and we could get that to you as well. That would be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
I actually have one more question, Sean.
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
It's follow-up to what Jim and Mario were talking about. It's my understanding, and Jim or Jinga, whomever maybe can confirm this, that the at-risk projects, and I'm thinking particularly the ones on Barnard Way, the seniors projects, which are all owned by for-profit owners, have some kind of reversion clause, so the city has first right to step in and save the project if necessary. So the covenants would continue. Can you confirm that or confirm between now and tomorrow?
Yes, I can. I mean, each one of the developments have a different deal, but the next one coming up that we're currently working on Barnard Way, the city has an option to purchase it for $1.
Right.
And so, but rather than what the direction from council is, what we want to achieve is more long-term affordability than the city becoming a landlord itself. And so,
Right.
But right, we don't feel that's at risk because the city can buy that one for $1. There's another one in Ocean Park. It has an option to purchase it for the original mortgage, which is a pretty low number. So,
Jim, isn't it true there's a private buyer actually for the one on Barnard Way?
I'm sorry, say that again?
That there's a private buyer for the one on Barnard Way who will keep it affordable.
Not that I'm aware. The developers of all those of the senior projects are really the same ownership that originally developed it. There is for the Barnard Way one, they are working with a developer to see what's possible with the city and ultimately negotiate.
Yeah,
but
I think it's Tom Safran, I think.
Right. And we are working with the same approach we took to the Nelson Villas one, which is next door, which is really to achieve another 55 years of affordability without the same outcome. At that point, the city will have its same option. That's at least our goal, to purchase it for $1 again and to get it rehabilitated in the meantime.
Cool, thanks.
So I have a question that's sort of somewhere between this and the next one, so I'll just ask it now. How do changes in state law over the course of the last housing cycle change the definition of our needs? And what happens if state law changes, sort of essentially changes our zoning for us? What does that mean for our housing element? Do we suddenly, right? So are our needs defined also? Presumably our needs are also defined by state law, but the legislature does stuff every year. So how has that shifted like in the last few years? And what happens if, we had the conversation about SB 9 and SB 10, what if stuff like that passes? What does that do to the housing element?
So, I will try to sort of start to answer that question, and I'll probably ask John Douglas, our housing element consultant, to kind of fill in a little bit on differences, between fifth and sixth cycle. I think when you're asking the question of like how has state law changed the needs, I think you're relating to the RHNA and not literally how we do the community needs assessment, because that's pretty consistent in terms of like what you're supposed to look at in terms of the different populations and demographics of your community. That hasn't, really changed in terms of what we need to look at. For the RHNA, as we have shared in previous presentations, the sort of big difference in this sixth cycle in terms of how, the need was determined for each community was accounting for the existing unmet need. And then layering on these factors. And I think, the changes in housing element law were intended to sort of take the subjectivity, if you will, out of it and, put together sort of these, factors that drive housing needs. So they looked at, what the existing unmet need is for the whole region. And then they also looked at, proximity to jobs, transit, and then adding on this sort of social equity piece, looking at high resource communities, that then shifted a lot of the allocation, towards the coastal cities of LA and of the SCAG region. Is ultimately how we ended up with, that's kind of the big difference in cycles. If changes in legislation occur, in this session, they wouldn't take effect until, usually the following January. I guess that changes sometimes. But, if it does have that change, as I said, we are required to report, on progress, in production, towards the RHNA every year, to HCD. And, the way it's set up now is that the housing element isn't just something you do and then shelve it for 8 years. You're required to sort of like actively ensure compliance. So there are rules in there that say, every time you approve a project, you kind of have to look at that compared to your SSI, and if that site is on the SSI and you sort of, under approved, what you said on your list, you kind of have to make adjustments, to make that up elsewhere. So there's kind of this overall what they call like a no net loss policy. So that's kind of what's different this time around. And I'm going to invite John Douglas, our consultant, just to, in case I've totally said something wrong or I got this. So go ahead, John.
Very briefly, there was a bill called Senate Bill 828 a few years ago, and HCD's implementation of that bill resulted in probably a doubling of the RHNA compared to what it would have been under the old rules. So instead of the 1.3 and change million housing units assigned to the Skag region, under the way it had been done for the 40 years prior to that, it probably would have been somewhere in the neighborhood of 600 to 700,000 units for the Skag region. And of course, then that was distributed amongst all the jurisdictions. So at the regional level, the RHNA roughly doubled.
Right. I guess what I'm trying to understand is, as the ground changes underneath us, whether it has changed, right? So, for example, over the last 10 years, there was a statewide policy change around ADUs. And so we now have the ability to use ADUs in constructing our housing element in a way that for the last cycle, we didn't have the ability to do that. But my question, which is did the state define a housing need in order to justify the ADU production? We could see changes to the size of the minimum size, for example, of micro units, which is regulated under state law as well as under Santa Monica ordinance, that could change our ability to respond. We could have a conversation over the next 4 months about a particular, strategy, and then boom, it changes overnight. I'm asking what do we have a defense against that, or do we then get credit for it if it moves us toward a housing element? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Well, I think it depends on how good your crystal ball is to predict what legislation is going to come down the pike. But I think that the common thread with all of these things, with the RHNA, with ADUs, and with many other state housing laws in the last few years, is that the legislature has declared that we have a housing crisis. And so there's several different strategies that have been adopted, legislative strategies, one of which is assigning higher RHNA numbers, one of which is requiring cities to relax development standards for ADUs, and so forth.
Okay, thanks. That's great. All right, let us now go to RHNA Challenge and Opportunity, which sounds like where we are, and we'll start with Commissioner Fonda Bernardi. Any questions? Mario, you're muted.
Sorry, I don't have questions on that.
Okay. Commissioner Fresco.
I think I have a question. Yeah, hold on. No, I'm not sure. I just don't know. I have a question about our ADUs. Does that go here? I don't know. I didn't take notes based on sections or page numbers.
Well, I think it's a question of if it's about how they count, then yeah.
Okay, it is sort of. My question is, with ADUs, we're doing a survey which is going to help us find out how they're being used and if the way they're being rented out and so forth is somehow correlating with what the requirements are for them to be counted. And so if that's true, do we really know, because the survey is a self-selecting set of people asking how many are actually being rented, and have we considered ways that we can make sure they're actually becoming separate homes? That was a long question.
So the reason why we're trying to do a localized survey is because it's part of what HCD requires is we have to anticipate the affordability levels of those potential rented out ADUs. So although SCAG has pre-certified analysis that we can definitely use, we were trying to see if we could see if Santa Monica was a little bit different, or if it made more sense to use our own numbers, if we were able to actually get adequate numbers showing the affordability mix, if you will. As far as how can we verify that the people that said they're renting them are actually renting them, that's going to be difficult. I think we've done some analysis using, apartments.com or Zillow, trying to see if we can see any ADUs on there to see if they can match up. But unfortunately, it's kind of hard to sift through those websites and decide what's actually an ADU and versus not, and are they actually being listed? So it's kind of hard to verify that using those products.
I see. So we don't really know how many of the 100 ADUs that were built in the last year with all these great incentives are actually rentals and how many are rec rooms.
One of the questions we did ask in the survey is if you are a property owner with a completed ADU, are you renting it to a family member? Are you renting it to a non-family member? So we did try to get that information out of them, how they are using their ADU. Obviously, we have to kind of, trust their answers.
Okay. I guess that's, I did have one other question. I have again, this one I did actually find a slide for. Hold on, let me get to it. This is in the section strategy. Is that where we are?
Who knows?
Who knows? Let me just ask this question. There's this chart that there was a chart that was in the staff report and is also in the report, and I tried to understand it in the staff report, and then I was so excited to see the same chart in the presentation, and I still don't understand what it means. And it's on page 54 of the presentation, and it's a little square, and it has numbers with arrows leading to other numbers, and I don't know what they are. That's
this
it.
One, right? Yeah, okay. So this is actually just a simplified version of the table that is in state density bonus law. And what it shows is on the left column, if you provide low-income units in a project, and it increases in 1% increments. So, for example, if you provide 10% on-site affordable low-income units in your market rate project, you get a 20% density bonus. If you provide an 11%, affordable low-income in your project, then you get a 22.5% density bonus. So you can see that it increases. The density bonus increases in increments of 2.5%, whereas the affordability percentage increases in 1%.
See, you're talking about 11.
Yeah, so it's an arrow. Like the slide isn't.
I literally don't understand what these numbers mean.
Yeah, so the numbers, like I said, the left column is the amount of affordable housing, the percentage of the total number of units in your project that a developer is saying, like, I'm putting this percentage of units, of affordable units in my project, and state density bonus law says, okay, if you provide, that percentage of affordable units at that income level, at very low or low income, then you get a corresponding bonus increase, which is the right column. So the arrows are meant to show a sort of like progression. On the left column, let's just use the low income category there. All right, it says 10 to 24. What that means is that state law, state density bonus law, says that if you developer provide between 10% and 24%, and it increases in 1% increments, of affordable housing in the project, then you get a corresponding density bonus increase of 20 to 50% that increases in 2.5% increments. It's sort of shown in this scale because it's just a simplified way of showing that table. Otherwise, it would be this enormous table
Okay.
And
Jane, if I may, maybe I should share the actual table from the state code. So maybe that might help Commissioner Pesco.
Yeah.
Share my screen.
It's a sliding scale, Lena. More you provide types of density bonus units, the higher density you get.
So can you see my screen? As you can see, this is the table. So this is the table. It's and the version that Jing is showing you is meant to really simplify these numbers. So as you're going down, as you're going up in the percentage
it's these numbers.
Yes.
Okay.
Except these are going up by 1.5, and your chart says they're going up by 2.5. So there you go.
Okay,
There are
understand.
several
I just couldn't understand what number was leading to what, because I didn't see this too, and I just didn't know how to interpret that. Okay, I get it. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Lambert.
What section are we on?
We're actually on the RENA section. We're on section 3. Nina cheated a little bit. It's okay.
See, that's my point. Yeah, I think we need to rethink our approach here, because we're going to be here for a very long time going through it like we're going through it.
Well, we're just asking.
And I'm afraid that we're going to lose public participants because they're going to get tired of listening to us drone.
We are asking clarifying questions.
Well, I know we are. I'm just suggesting a different way of doing it. I have a million questions on the SSI, and I'm not even sure what section that's in. And I have overlapping questions, so I'm not sure how. I don't know how the people feel. I just feel like this is going on.
Do you want to go to public comment and come back to our questions? I think we were just trying to get through the clarifying questions section by section, and then let us come back and do broader questions. But we're trying to just.
I'm not even sure what is the RENA section.
Section 3. So it was the section 3.
That's the section on basically the numbers. But that's I think if you wanted to talk about the components, you could probably do that, because I think the numbers are.
I think we could probably do those together.
They are what they are.
Yeah.
Right. There's not a whole lot of debate about that. Okay. I don't have any questions.
Okay. Commissioner Pastor, do you have questions about section 3? Looks like no. No. Commissioner Raskin, do you have questions on section 3?
I have a quick follow-up question to Nina's earlier question. Forgive me if I can just ask it now. It's a quick question.
Go for it. Yeah.
Yeah. So my understanding is that when we're reporting production with respect to meeting our RENA goals in this next cycle, for ADUs, we don't actually have to report as a city whether an ADU is inhabited by a separate household or not. Is that right? It just matters. My understanding is that it only depends on whether the ADU fits the census designation of a separate household or a separate unit.
I believe that's correct. If we can provide additional data proving how much are rented, that would be great. But again, it just depends on the data we can collect.
Got it. Okay. That's it. No more questions.
Great. Commissioner Reese? No? Okay.
No.
I don't have questions. Okay. I don't have questions on section 3 either. So let's go to section 4, components of a regulatory approach for meeting the RENA. Jim, do you have questions on that? We're just going to go right back through the alphabet.
Yeah. Big one. And I think I know the answer to it, but I need to get it out there, which is we're talking about density in transit areas not being equitable. And I want to talk about that a little bit and get those issues out on the table, see how we might be able to counter some of those concerns. So I think anyway, so staff, what are the concerns with equity? Why are we not being equitable by putting development where transit already is?
So I think we were looking at it from the perspective of, is it distributing housing potential across the whole city? So we were looking at it on through that lens. When we were looking at historic patterns of where affordable housing has been placed in the city, and it's in your staff report, but it is also on slide 47. of the PowerPoint, where we kind of overlaid all of the affordable housing that has been built in the city, and you can see like the bigger blue bubbles are the ones that are have more units in them relative to the smaller bubbles that have less units, and we wanted to have an understanding of like how does that match up with former redlined areas, which also roughly equate to existing zoning today, just to get an understanding of like where has the overwhelming amount of affordable housing been located in the city. And so looking at it from that perspective, when we look at it from a geographic perspective of is it equitable, when you have an option that kind of concentrates like all the sites within relatively close proximity, like a transit station, that's what the strategy is about, is like putting, all of the housing potential there and sort of, leaving the rest of the city not so much, taking on that. So that's why we were, concerned about whether it was equitable in terms of option C.
So there's an equity issue from the fact that there's potentially a concentration of that already.
Correct.
But is there a component of it too of displacement? Because now is it because there's existing low income areas or lower income areas that there's a displacement concern?
I think that, yeah, I mean, it is the areas of the city, where we have, proportionally higher amount of, renter versus, owner, households. So, from that perspective as well, we had concerns, about whether it meets that goal, of affirmatively furthering fair housing. If you're just kind of, again, concentrating more affordable housing in a part of the city that has already historically taken the lion's share, of affordable housing.
Okay. So you're coming back to really an over-concentration issue more than. And then what income categories are more likely to use transit?
I think we can, going off of things that have been mentioned in terms of the TDM program, and we'll get more information from the Mobility and Housing Survey, but it seems to skew more towards, I think, the lower income households.
Right, which then I think you could make arguments why having housing in these areas is equitable. But okay, the next question I have for you is when we're looking at the 100% of strategy and your 4-point strategy of how to support them, do you guys have discretion? Do we have discretion at HUD rents versus state rents for our affordable?
I think our HUD, I thought that they were aligned. I could be, maybe not understanding that correctly.
Well, my experience is my clients will always try to gravitate towards the HUD rents, which give them more flexibility than the state level. And so in every case they get a chance to, they try to go to that HUD level, even for the 100% affordable project. So
I might ask I might want to ask if Jim can jump in, because I mean we have established income and rent limits, and I don't think that that's a choice, but maybe you can clarify, Jim.
I can. Yes, the city's HPP program targets uses that state method for rents, which is a lower area. But if Commissioner Reed's question is the city have discretion over that? I mean, that's a different question. I think it may.
Yeah, those are two related questions. What is the standard now, and do we have discretion over that? Because that could make financing these projects a little easier, and I think we're going to need every incentive we can to get them going. So again, do we have that discretion?
John, can I answer that? John?
No, I want to hear from staff, please.
Okay, go right ahead.
I don't know if I'm in a position. There may be some other legal constraints I'm not considering. I guess I'd answer the question. The current inclusionary housing program, the affordable housing production program, ties itself to the state, to how the state code calculates rents, which is lower than, for example, how the state tax credit allocation program does it, or other state funding. But as to whether or not the city council has a discretion to change it related to meeting density bonus things and other things in state law, I don't know that I'm competent enough to answer that particular question.
Unbelievable.
Okay.
Can we keep going?
Yeah. Let's see. I heard that there's an example of, what was it, Berkeley, that has a process where you can tell people when they're selling their property that a private or the nonprofit gets the first right of refusal. Did I understand that correctly? Is an example?
City of San Francisco, called COPA, Community Opportunity to Purchase Act.
Do you know how long that's been in play, and how has that shown any success?
When was it enacted? I'm not sure, actually. I'm looking it up real quick, actually, on the site. Looks like it was enacted in 2019, so it's pretty new. And we have not been in touch with the staff there as to like how often or how frequently it's been used, but we can certainly follow up on that piece to, find out more information about that.
Okay. And can I assume what they're saying is you have the first right to pay me fair market value?
That is our understanding of how the program works.
All right. I will stop asking questions.
Okay, Commissioner Pastor. Sorry, Commissioner Raskot. Yeah.
Thanks. Is this the suitable time to ask clarifying questions about the SSI?
Yes.
All right. I think we're all a little bit curious why Bergamot and the Bergamot Arts District was included as a potentially suitable site in this analysis, and I'd like to hear a little bit more about its inclusion.
Sure, I could get started on answering that, and then Jing can maybe jump in. So we included that because right now I know that there's been some interest in, there is actually, negotiations with developing that site for the Art Center. We understand that, but however, given the current, RENA challenge and everything, we do realize that is a site that is city owned. And so the reason why I included it in here is for discussion, because if desired by the Planning Commission or City Council, that site could certainly be rezoned for housing. Certainly it's a large site right next to a transit station, and so we included that for discussion purposes, realizing that rezoning would be required if that site was to be redeveloped for housing.
All right, I'm sure we're going to have more about that in discussion. Sorry, Jing, were you going to jump in there?
Yeah, I was about to point you to page 27 of the staff report. So, again, as I explained when we opened the presentation, I would encourage that, use the sites analysis and the dots on the map as an opportunity to understand, a general sense of distribution. And, we then applied standards to kind of like give a sense as to, where we're at this point, just to help people understand the scale of the issue that we're trying to solve here. But in terms of the preliminary sites analysis, this is, essentially applying the methodology that we talked about in December, right? You remember the filters and the, kind of how we're going to, start filtering out parcels and figure out, which sites have housing potential. So you can see on page 27, we're looking at like physical site characteristics in terms of, the size of the site. And if you're looking at something like Bergamot, I know that the natural inclination is to jump at, existing use or what have you, but, of course, there's a community process, there's a history there, and we certainly recognize that. But as Rachel mentioned, this is an opportunity to ask the question, and as to whether, how do we think about city-owned property, relative to housing potential, particularly in that instance. And you might see other instances, where we're identifying sites that you might wonder why. And I would, invite you to look at page 27 as an understanding of how we assessed that potential. It does not mean that is the site that's going to be there at the end. It was intended to, be kind of like a starter list of like, here's where we're at, and to invite feedback, as to whether, that is an appropriate one to include.
All right, and then just one more question. And I think I know the answer to it, but I'd like to just clarify it for the public, which I'm sure will have questions about this too. Are you operating under the assumption that 100% of the pipeline projects are going to be constructed, or are you filtering out a certain ratio of those that you think will realistically actually get across the finish line?
I mean, what we've done at this stage is to identify what is approved and pending. We're not right now. We're not saying that every site, including the approved and pending project sites, are realistically going to develop 100%. We're not saying that. We're just showing you the numbers to say what is in the pipeline and what could potentially count. Of course, we've been looking at what has been built in the past. Our new housing dashboard really shows that there's majority of most of our approved housing projects have been built. And so, what we've basically done in this exercise is show you what's pending and approved. We're not necessarily stating that everything that's listed on all these sites that are listed will count. We're just identifying sites that right now could potentially have housing potential.
All right, that's all for now.
All right, Commissioner Pastor, questions about?
Okay, I think I'm in the right section, but
including the
did you do any analysis about why the LATOC program has been so much more successful?
I mean, based on, not obviously we don't, process those projects, but based on the numbers I'm seeing, it's because the affordability levels are pretty low, relative to Santa Monica. I mean, I think we saw, when the 7.5% option was available, when you have a menu like that, developers are going to choose the lowest amount possible. And we've had some conversations with developers who do work in the state of LA and have exercised that TOC program, and they've been very honest about using the lowest possible number. So, and relative to a high bonus. So that's my best way I can explain it.
I think that's the right answer. I think that's why there's housing getting built. I'm going to stop myself from anything but a question. Why isn't one of the proposed strategies to change and to make our program legal in terms of density bonus on commercial properties? That's something that we talked about last year, and there was a lot of desire to do that, and we were kind of promised that would happen as part of the housing element process. So why isn't that one of the proposed things?
It is. So I don't want to, I want to clarify at first that the city is compliant with density bonus law. This is an opportunity to reevaluate, in light of changes to density bonus law. So within strategy 1, maximizing inclusion units and market rate, that concept for density bonus does absolutely talk about, it includes FAR in that. So when it says bonus on there, it's, considering a 50% increase, or, excuse me, not 50% increase, but it would be an amount that is, that does apply to FAR as well.
So are we going to see, as part of this process, a proposal about how those projects would be processed and those density bonuses will be processed?
Well, that's actually what we're asking now is this, there's, the concept that's presented in terms of expanding the tier structure. So it's a different way of looking at essentially an expansion of the existing tier structure you have, which is a tier 1 and a tier 2. So, not sort of, there's a kind of existing standards, and that would apply to commercial projects as an example. And then we would have a tier 1 housing, that's a working backwards from looking at, what is needed to support 50%, very low income on there, and to make sure that it encompasses, it aligns with the bonus in state density bonus law, as and then if there's a tier 2, it is then above and beyond, because that's a voluntary tier. So I think that what we're looking at is to ensure that there's not an overlap between tier 1 and tier 2, that there's a substantial difference, because that's the feedback that we've heard, is that not enough of a distinction between commercial and residential, and then not a sufficient distinction between tier 1 and tier 2, to then make it
a very specific question, whether or not we're going to see a proposal that talks about, what I understand is because there's no density, right? It's just FAR, and we're not able to implement it. So I guess I'm asking if
I may hop in, I think what the planning manager is trying to explain is, if you recall, one of the discussions that we had, I think at least two of them, the discussions that we had explained that cities with no maximum density control have taken one of three approaches that we researched with respect to applying a density bonus in these areas that don't have a maximum density control. What staff is proposing is one of those three options, which is an increase in FAR that would be an equivalent to the density bonus. That's one of the options, and that is what staff is asking you to comment on.
Okay, that was not clear to me, nor do I think it was clear to others. On the ADUs, I was off camera, but I was listening to Nina's comments. So can we get more information as part of the survey about the income level? Is that right? Is that what I heard Ross say, that we would try to get that information as to who is renting those ADUs? Or are you just asking, is it like a family member or a non-family member?
So after we understand if they are renting it to a non-family member or even a family member, we do ask, at what range are you renting it at? So we can kind of then surmise which affordability level that might actually fall into.
Okay. And then have we looked at all, and again, this may be something that you're going to ask us to recommend to you if the rest of the commission agrees, eliminating. So when we have offsite affordable, that is a project under CEQA, right? The offsite affordable project is a different project. Have you guys looked at making that ministerial?
Well, to
Pretty
the
much.
extent, yeah, sorry. Oh, yeah, I was just saying, to the extent it's a housing project, we have an IZO in place right now that it's a ministerial process for any housing project that is, an HAA compliant project, essentially. It is an interim ordinance, so, it would need to be codified to be made permanent, but that is actually current process now.
And I'm sure I'm going to have more questions, but I'm going to stop there for right now.
Okay, Commissioner Lambert.
Okay, I just want to briefly revisit the rent level issue because it does impact feasibility of 100% projects. So my question to Jim, or whoever can answer it, Jim Temper, that is, isn't it true, because I remember our actually acting on this, that PCSM projects, nonprofit projects that are 100% are governed by TCAC, which are higher? And the rationale they gave us for that was that they needed that to cover operating costs. Do you remember that?
Yes, and that's the funding that's the primary source of those type of developments is that tax credit funding.
Well, they used to be funded. They used to be governed by state rents, and now they're TCAC rents, which are higher. That said, isn't it true that inclusionary housing units are still governed by state rents, which are part of our AHPP program?
Correct.
And isn't it true that HUD rents have nothing to do with any of this unless it's a HUD finance project, which is rare?
I was hearing it as a broader question that sometimes folks use that phrase when they say HUD rents. It's really a reference to whether or not they use this higher HUD median figure or the state median figure, which is much lower, or a imputed HUD figure. So I was just hearing, you may be correct, Commissioner Lambert, I was just hearing the question as possibly broader the way some developers talk about it.
Okay. And then to follow up on what Commissioner Pastor was saying, I understand that you consider the FAR bonus to be a density bonus and therefore, I assume, compliant with state law. But what about the concessions that state law requires us to give to a developer? I mean, do we do that?
So we're not talking about that at this moment, right? So obviously the incentives and concessions and the waiver of development, that is a separate issue, and we understand that, and those have very specific standards under the state density bonus law, right? And they apply to projects that are may I? They apply to projects that are subject to state density bonus law. So that is part of the analysis that we have been ongoing through, right? And that will be part of that as well. It is actually not part of what staff is asking you to weigh in on at the moment, because they're asking at a preliminary level on whether or not you agree with the idea of the FAR being the density bonus, or if you recommended another process, which is, the other ones that staff has talked about before, about converting the FAR into units, backing it back out again, those sorts of things.
No, I understand that, and I think both Elise and I are probably fine with that, as long as you cook concessions into the pot too. Okay, can I ask some site questions now? Okay.
This is your time, yes.
Okay. As you know, there's an earthquake fault and actually Sean has provided me with a map that goes through the northeast part of Santa Monica. And we have some sites on our SSI in that area. How are you handling that and explaining to HCD that it's okay to build on or near an earthquake fault?
Sure. I just want to reiterate, as Jing had said before, this just a preliminary list of sites. We just identified these sites based on, that their physical characteristics, as to their size, their shape, common ownership, and whatnot, existing uses. So we did overlay the fault zones over our preliminary SSI, and let me see if I could pull it up. But there are a handful of sites, as you correctly noted, that are within the earthquake fault zones, including some approved projects, actually. And so the state guidelines doesn't necessarily forbid housing projects to occur on those, but we will take a look at those, and they, in terms of their ranking, maybe we might have to push them down to another level, maybe a lower category. But state law doesn't necessarily preclude development on those sites. You just have to do more studies.
Well, would you look at the potential for increased construction costs resulting from mitigation?
That is a good point. We can look into that.
And related to that, in the Industrial Conservation District, there are several sites. What development standards did you use to estimate capacity?
For now, we didn't really apply any development standards to those sites. I think, we kind of assumed the minimal number, maybe just, because of course housing is not allowed. We just identified those as, if they were potentially rezoned, these sites could potentially accommodate housing.
Okay, and then the other question related to that is the IC district has been industrial since the 1912 zoning ordinance. Thank you, Nina. And so has there been thought given to potential soil contamination in that district? Because it was manufacturing for many, many years.
Yeah, we did take a look at, the list of hazardous material sites in the city. The four, I think we identified 4 parcels that we identified were not listed as toxic or hazardous. That's not to say that there isn't any hazardous contamination, because you don't really know until you do a site survey a soil survey. That remains true for all of the other sites across the city. There's been a number of housing projects that have been proposed on contaminated sites, and, they do require cleanup. So that is something to consider, but, at this point, we haven't delve into the details of whether or not it's contaminated, because those will require a soils report and appropriate mitigation.
Right. And then you include 30 sites from the current housing cycle in your inventory. And isn't it true that if you include those sites, they have to include 20% affordable housing and be by right projects?
That is correct. I think, Jane, right?
Yeah, it's actually the reverse. So
reverse, yeah.
That provision is written. We actually initially thought the same thing, and John actually helped us kind of understand that what it is that if you include that site, if a developer were to come and propose a project on that site to propose 20%, then it kicks in the thing. So it's kind of like it's not quite like it's an automatic, 20% on it. It's different. It's like the applicant has to come with that proposal. And
so is what you're saying is that if it's not a 20% set aside, then it's not by right.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. The applicant actually has to propose that. But I think that, we're using it as an opportunity to plan for, assuming somebody might come with that, like what would it take to support, that amount of inclusionary.
And given the HRNA analysis, don't you think that's kind of unlikely?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean, because the HRNA analysis is just looking at existing standards at this point.
Well, and I'm talking about existing standards, and if those standards don't have 20% pencil, it's not going to happen.
Yeah,
well,
I mean, I think.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, I mean, I think that's at this point, it's preliminary, and it's the information we're sharing. That it is demonstrating that doing 20%, in areas other than downtown, it's very unlikely that you're going to see, projects proceed with an inclusionary requirement of that level, and I think that's consistent with the application that we're seeing, and that's information that we're presenting, and the strategy for strategy 1 in terms of maximizing inclusionary, speaks to making sure that there's enough development potential to support the amount of inclusionary, that's being proposed, which is essentially, saying that the existing standards are not supporting that, so we need to be looking at, probably more.
Yeah, I understand. And then I'm glad to see that you included acquisition and rehab in your program proposals. And that we can do that, but it can't count for more than 25% of the RHNA, right?
Is correct, but as you saw us run through, the program rules are very narrow as well. We're still waiting through it, but it appears that it has to be for agreements that have been placed in the first 3 years. So it's not like over the whole 8-year cycle. So the applicability is very narrow in terms of what you can count for that alternative adequate sites.
And don't the HCD guidelines say that in order to count those units, they have to be in a building that's at risk?
It depends on the program that you're seeking. So if it's substantial, if you're looking at, I'll have to look at the checklist again, but I do recall one of the programs, that the sort of 3, whether it's substantial rehab, it's conversion, or if it's affordable preservation, that was one of the checklist items. I don't recall exactly which one, but.
And then going back, we discussed this today, Jane, going back to pages 20 to 22 in the guidelines, which says that you have to do some kind, HCD says you must do an adjustment of your capacity based on reality, whatever that reality may be. So just going in with a straight number on the sites that we've identified may not cut it. And when you consider that 8 out of the 77 sites in our current housing cycle, only 8 have been developed. And have only provided 40% of the total RHNA requirement for this cycle. Don't you think it'd be prudent to perhaps include more sites than we have? Because based on past practice, they're not going to be adequate to meet the RHNA goal.
Again, I think that's a discussion point. It's a question we're presenting for you. As to the geographic options, and, again, the big questions, where and how, right? Where should, what's the dispersion of sites throughout the city, and how do we get there? And you can see I don't think there's one right answer to this. And the HCD guidebook is, a set of guidance, to help cities implement all of the changes in housing element law. So it's not a perfect equation to get from A to B to C to D, equals F or whatever. I'm not sure it's that precise. And ultimately, the city's goal is to have a certified housing element, and HCD will make that judgment, in terms of reviewing our element. So I think that, that's an issue for the commission to discuss in terms of, whether there are sufficient sites here in terms of, how much, or, where they're located, and, how much to allocate to each site in order to reach our RHNA targets, which are, very much skewed towards the affordable end of the scale.
Well, I mean, I would just say, and I would suggest that page 20 is pretty explicit. I mean, HCD said you must do this capacity analysis. So I suggest you talk to HCD about how flexible they are.
Again, we have provided our first cut of that, to give everyone an understanding of where we're at this point. No one is suggesting that we're not going to do that.
Okay.
And then, just to add on.
Okay.
Sorry, Commissioner. Just to add on there, depending on the direction that we were given tonight, more sites could be potentially identified. Right now, this is our first cut at the sites, viewing it through the lens of what the current standards are. So, should the commission give us direction on, where else to look or where to change development standards, of course, that could, we would have to relook at the sites again, potentially add on more.
Okay,
So
well,
this is,
I assume that in your next draft of this, you will have spoken to property owners about their willingness to turn their property into housing, because that's a big question. There are a number of properties on this list that are in.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. We're veering off into discussion,
Okay.
and I just
Okay,
would
well,
love
can
to.
I just ask, are you going to contact property owners about including their sites on the?
There you go.
We're certainly going to do our best to do that. We've done, this is a citywide planning effort, so I can't promise we'll get a hold of everybody. When we've done an effort like that before in the Bergamot area plan that took over 2 years to contact everyone. That's not time that we have, but we will certainly do our best to at least let people know. But identification on the site, again, doesn't mean that they're specially targeted for anything, because, and if there are zoning changes that happen, they occur in larger areas. It's not parcel by parcel.
Well, doesn't HCD require to actually show that there is a likelihood of a property turning into housing?
They do, but again, it's not necessarily, I think the way that you demonstrate that is not necessarily like a letter of intent from the property owner, and I'm not sure that's the precise standard. What we've tried to do is to establish here sites that have highest housing potential and to establish consistent factors, as to which sites would be most likely to turn over, and so that's why we're looking at things like vacant parking lots, underutilized sites, sites that are big enough to accommodate housing, have access, that sort of thing.
Okay, and then finally, what criteria did you use to eliminate some city properties from being potential housing sites?
I think we looked at all the city-owned sites. There were some that obviously, like the Big Blue Bus, we classified that as on the lower scale because there's really no other place to put those buses, as well as the city yards, which has already undergone a master planning effort. So, those were the simple
Right.
eliminations.
Right. Okay, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Commissioner Fresco. SSI questions? No questions. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
I'd like a confirmation if Commissioner Lambert's numbers were that of the 77 sites that were in the last cycle, we only developed 8 of them. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I'm grabbing. So there were 81 sites. We had 20.
We actually have a PowerPoint.
25. Yeah. Do you want to put that slide up, Ross?
Yeah,
It's
let me
actually slide 86.
Yes, doing that now.
Slide 86 of an 85 slide deck. That's good.
The secret bonus slides.
We're in the back pocket slides.
Okay, well, I guess what I'm looking at then is great news, because what it says that we don't have a perfect crystal ball, but we don't need a perfect crystal ball because it seems that nature in its own way takes advantage of sites that we didn't even recognize as being suitable and does its thing. And, this is actually encouraging that there's some elasticity in the system. And I don't think we'll ever be able to tie it all down to the level that HCD expects. But if you make a good faith effort, everybody's going to miss by the same amount. It's not like we're going to be really way off and everybody else is going to conform or vice versa. So I consider this very encouraging in a way. I don't know if this is the place. The question was, in fact, if these numbers are right, and I get to see that they are, which is good. I have one other question that I think happens in this area, but I'm not exactly sure, which is there's a statement in one of the slides that says that when you build affordable housing in a mix of affordable and market rate, it costs you 1.3 times more than if you build the same object in an entirely affordable project. Am I understanding that slide correctly?
Can I have Paul, if you're available, anyone from the HRNA team, kind of address that question? This is about the off-site versus the on-site.
Right.
Yeah, if Paul is not available, this is Thomas from HRNA. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great. It's actually the reverse, Commissioner. The option to build offsite allows the ability to leverage tax credit financing, and so there's a potential for offsite affordable housing to be less expensive in terms of the non-tax credit gap to be paid. And so I believe, sorry, I don't have the slide in front of me right now, but the 1.3 reference that you mentioned is actually that it's 1.3 more times expensive to build on-site as opposed to building off-site when you can build.
Okay, that clarifies that
you
question.
can leverage tax
really related to the funding source. It's not related to the construction cost.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mario, more questions?
No, I'm done.
Okay. All right. So I have a couple of questions that haven't been covered. I want to go back. So, Jane, you referenced the Missing Middle American Planning Association Missing Middle seminar. Agreed, right? I think my question is, did you identify any suitable sites that could potentially be zoned for 6 or 7 units that are not currently zoned that way? Or am I getting too far ahead in the conversation?
I mean, that's basically all our multifamily zones. There is just for example, the R2 zone, which is pretty prevalent in multi-unit neighborhoods. There's a maximum of 4 units, but a sort of very common project we see is 4 units plus 2 units with density bonus, and then one of those units is affordable. So that's activity that is already happening. Yeah, that's right.
All right, so it's already happening. Okay. Okay, so now my other question is, and bear with me, we're not going to be able to split screen, but I just want to tell everybody where I am. I am on the page 38 of the existence report. And that has pictures of the properties that are at risk of losing their deed restrictions and at risk of losing their rent control status, right? At what I assume is Ellis risk. Okay, so that's one image that I have up. The other image that I have up is slides 38, 39, and 40. And my question is, have you or would you please take a look at how those two maps interact such that we would get an understanding of the likelihood of development pressure accelerating the loss of deed restricted housing or the Ellising of properties. The easiest place for me to show you what I mean in my question is if you look at Ocean Park, between 14th and 17th on page 38 of the housing element existing conditions report, you see a series of projects of parcels that are at risk of Ellising. But then if you look at page 39, you see dispersed housing, and that is one of the sites for high potential development, probably for the same reason. But my question is, can you or have you looked at the impact of suitable site inventory on housing preservation? That's my question.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, let me just, can I just clarify? Sorry, Jane. So the map that I believe you're seeing on the kind of the blue, the 38, the blue with the red and the orange, those are not necessarily deed restricted. Those are just rent controlled units. Right,
but the yellow ones are, no. The ones in red are rent controlled, and the ones in yellow are properties at risk. So I'm seeing
they're both at risk.
Pointing to, right, they're all at risk. And what I'm pointing to in my question is the fact that if you look at that site, right, if you look at that street, that could be at risk. Whereas if you look at on the same slide on slide 39, if you look at Montana from Lincoln to 20th, and then you go over on page 38. Montana from Lincoln to 20th has like no properties at risk. So it would be I'm asking whether you've done an analysis of the impact on a housing element on our capacity to preserve, meaning would it raise the price would it make it more expensive to protect those units? Would it make it harder for us to prevent Ellising depending on the decisions that we make? Putting the pieces together.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, the question you're asking is sort of a broader one, in terms of how production and preservation work together. And I think, that's, we have focused on both sides. They are two sides of the same coin, and we started to see a lot of that overlap actually within the working groups as our discussions wore on, particularly within the stability group of, a lot of the programs and the discussion was started to fold over into the production, and how you can adjust things on production programs to like sort of do a win-win, right, where you preserve existing residents but also provide an opportunity for a developer to satisfy some obligation in a different way. I think zooming out a little bit more, the expansions to the programs, to the housing stability programs in particular, I think that's kind of why we're highlighting those, particularly the pilot, something like a right to counsel program, that sort of deals more with the almost end case of that. But we were also looking at, what does it take to incentivize, landlords to remain in the rental business, as an example. And, we talked a lot about that in terms of the grants that are available, and how you could attach different requirements to that. There is more coordination, I think, that needs to be, done to sort of highlight the housing programs that are available, both to tenants and landlords, and the way that they can help people stay in their homes. And I think another thing that we've actually talked about is SB 330 enacted pretty strong tenant protections, or actually protections of existing units, but it does expire in 2025. And I think that, we could look at just enacting that at a local level to make sure it doesn't go away, whenever state law deems it's okay to do so, so that, that we can have production happening, but also ensure that our existing residents are, allowed to continue to have their housing stability and to remain in place, even if, that change is happening down the street.
Okay, I guess what I'm hoping is that, and is that we would get, it sounds like the analysis hasn't been done, but so I think the answer to my question is no, but the impact of what prompted my question was looking at your 3 checkboxes for equitable, and on slide 39, which is interesting. But then when I go and look at where there is existing housing at risk, and I see you've got like a potentially this Ocean to 17th, I'm trying to understand how you arrived at the 3 checkboxes for equitable if one of the 5 areas on that map actually is one of the highest risk stretches of any neighborhood for housing instability, right? Based on the state's analysis. Or HUD's analysis. Yeah, the state's analysis. That's what I'm trying to figure out how those analyses fit together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because we're going to be making these trade-off recommendations, right?
Yeah, and it's not a. I think that's certainly something we can look at. You know, we have had extensive discussions, as you're well aware, in terms of, you know, the sort of factors that contribute to displacement, and it's a complicated you know, set of factors that lead to that. It's not usually just like one general issue, you know, or one related to only like one government action, you know, or zoning action even. It's sort of, you know, different shifts in demographics and, you know, economic shifts, and so that there's things that are sort of, you know, outside of that regulatory control. You know, so some of the things that you see happening. And we see that a lot with housing legislation, you know, that the legislature is bringing forward in terms of, you know, starting to, you know, override local control in many cases for cities is, you know, a pairing of that with, you know, protections of existing units and existing tenants in cities, but. You know, that's certainly something we can take a look at. I do want to clarify that I know there's no street names on these maps, so it may be hard to tell. The blob that you're looking at for slide 39 doesn't exactly overlay. It's actually like a block. It's like the next block over, okay. If that's helpful, because it kind of lines up with the school. I'm just looking at the big parcels, just as an example. So, but I understand your question in terms of what the impacts on the side.
And it's the same,
totally.
And it's really the same. Like it also links to Jim's question about how the transit overlay model affects, right? So if you look at the transit overlay model next to displacement risk, you see a lot of displacement risk in between 20th and Cloverfield, which is relatively close to 2 transit stops. So, right. So I think I'll save it because I think it's getting into discussion, but you understand where my question is headed. That is it for me for now. Let's go now to section 6, which is, and this may be the last one before we dive, unless we're going to have a big set of questions around the ramifications of noncompliance. Let's do 5 programs for housing stability, and we will start with Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
I have no questions on that.
Okay, Commissioner Fresco. Holding. No?
Yeah, I don't.
Sure?
No, I'm not, but I can always ask later. This breaking up is just not.
Commissioner Lambert?
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay, Commissioner Lambert?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Pastor?
Yeah.
Questions on housing stability?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. Have we looked at, or do you know whether we could do some kind of program where, because I think that Alice Act and displacement is really an issue, but also some of those sites are old units and they're city. So if we could provide some type of relocation option for those residents and then bring them back after a denser, bigger project with more affordable units was built. Is that something you guys have looked at? I mean, it's a complicated program. I understand that.
Yeah, it's actually a component of the SB 330 protected units. So depending on, you know, who that tenant is and their income level of the household, and you know when the conversion happens, they are supposed to be able to be, you know, brought back into the unit. I think you might. Are you asking about a different question in terms of what happens in between?
I guess I'm asking, like, could we have a program where either the city is like, okay, this is like an apartment building where we relocate people for a temporary period, and then they get the option of going back after a new project is built. Again, it's pretty off the wall, kind of, because we would have to run it somehow. Or maybe
Yeah.
or we could
It's not, that's,
location in our code and let people come back consistent with SB 330.
I think that wasn't something that was specifically discussed. I'm recalling, prior conversations that we've had about what happens when tenants are relocated, and the tendency is, they generally don't come back. They move on to somewhere else, and I think the general preference is to not have that happen in the first place. So that wasn't really something that was discussed in terms of a sort of relocation and return option.
Yeah, I think it's just a balance. It's a balancing of how do we get more density with how do we. Okay, sorry, that's a comment. This may be Heidi questions. Have we looked at adopting our own source of funds rule and penalizing landlords who refuse Section 8 vouchers?
Sure. So the city already does have that in place.
Oh, we do?
Yes, we do. We do. It actually was in place before the state enacted the statewide one. So it's been in place. If I understand correctly, I believe some of the concern is with respect to outreach and ensuring that prospective tenants understand their rights in order to be able to come to the city to let the city know about it and enforcement mechanisms. So it's not that it's not on the books, it's just making sure that prospective tenants understand their rights in those situations. And probably landlords understand that their obligations as well.
Are our penalties more restrictive than the states or harsher than the states, do you know?
I can get you that information and respond tomorrow. I don't know that offhand, but I can get you that for tomorrow.
Okay. And then one of the things that you talk about in the staff report is tax rebatements. Would that require a vote of the people?
Most likely, yes.
Okay. And do we have something I've heard a lot? We're doing landlord-tenant clinics at Glazer-Weil with Bethesda, and in fact, we used to one in Santa Monica. One of the things we're hearing a lot about is in COVID is that the rent debt is going to get converted to consumer debt. I don't know that you can have this answer by tomorrow, but I would like to know if there's anything that we as a locality can do about that or have any type of influence over that type of policy that is going to come down the pipeline as rents become due, and it's going to be a problem for a lot of our. Thank you.
We will look into that as well, for sure.
And Heidi, I keep name. I'm going to email you the name of someone at City of LA who's also looking into this, and he may be able to provide you with a little bit of information.
Oh, great. Thank you. Because I do know our public rights division has been working very closely on tenant issues during COVID. So I will get in contact with them and perhaps and would be happy to speak to LA City as well. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Heidi.
Commissioner Raskin.
I'll have a lot to say during discussion, but no questions for now.
Okay. Commissioner Reese. Questions on housing stability? No questions on housing stability. Okay. I guess I don't have questions on housing stability. I'm going to leave it at that. Does anybody have questions about the ramifications of noncompliance?
Just one.
Okay, so we'll jump right back in. Jim, go for it.
Staff, do you have any?
We'll just go back.
Do you have any examples of the state imposing financial fines? Heard a lot of saber rattling about this, but I'm not quite sure I've seen them actually impose fines.
I'm not sure if Heidi can jump in. I believe that may have been at least threatened in the Huntington Beach case. I could be wrong as kind of a more recent example. But Heidi, I'm not sure if you're aware of others. I think it was something we were looking into.
Yes, it's something we're looking into. No, and perhaps John Douglas might want to hop in as well. But the state's goal really is compliance, right? So yes, if they can find other means of achieving compliance, and then also the fines have been increased very recently, and the ability to do so. There are actually quite a few steps to get to before you get fined. The state has to take you to court, the court has to make a determination, and then you have to refuse to comply. So I think that's probably part of the reason why you haven't seen it. Okay, but it is out there.
Yep, I know they're hanging over the head, but curious if they've ever come down.
Okay, we'll keep circling around. Commissioner Raskin, questions on noncompliance? No. Okay, Commissioner Pastor?
No question.
Questions on noncompliance? Commissioner Lambert has stepped away, so I assume no. Commissioner Fresco?
I don't have a question on noncompliance, but I would like to know if I'm allowed to offer a little extra information that might be helpful to the Commission and the public as we move forward about equity issues.
Not right now.
Not now. Okay, I will see.
Information. Yeah, we can't do information now. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
No questions.
No questions? Okay. All right. So why don't we open the public hearing then? Where it's only almost 4 hours in. Do we still have our patiently waiting commenters?
We have 4 in the queue. That's everybody who registered.
Fantastic. That's great. All right, let's hear from them.
Okay, our first caller in the queue. Thank you for your patience. Ken Kutcher. Ken, you are now off mute. You are live in the meeting, and you have 3 minutes for comments. Welcome.
Thanks, Melissa, and thank you, commissioners. Long hold. I'm calling in tonight on behalf of the Santa Monica Housing Council, and I submitted a letter yesterday setting forth at some length our comments on the preliminary sites inventory and weaving in our comments on the HRNA financial feasibility study and references to tonight's written staff report. As that letter indicates, after reviewing the materials distributed for tonight's hearing, the Housing Council is concerned that the city, at least thus far, doesn't appear to be adhering closely to the requirements of state housing element law and the associated guidance issued by HCD with regard to the preparation of the suitable sites inventory in particular. State law requires that the capacity projections for the inventory be both demonstrable and realistic. And at this point, we don't feel that that's been accomplished. Instead, this feels more like a theoretical study rather than a realistic assessment. As my associate Lee Kaplan will cover in greater detail, we find that the SSI includes many sites that are highly unlikely to be redeveloped with housing during the 6th cycle, and thus the capacity calculations being mentioned in the report are quite frankly unrealistic. Then relying on that unrealistic inventory, staff at least in parts seems to indicate that the city would meet its RHNA target without any apparent changes to zoning, development standards, or the inclusionary housing program, and that the only challenge will be meeting affordable housing targets due to the lack of public subsidies. We agree that the lack of public funding for affordable housing is a major problem that must be addressed, but Santa Monica Housing Council feels that it's also important and legally necessary for the city to do a much better job of facilitating and incentivizing housing development over existing non-residential uses of properties along the boulevards, in the Bergamot area, and in the downtown. My colleague, Paula Larmore, will offer suggestions about steps that we would urge the Planning Commission to recommend to the City Council in this regard. The state obviously has a housing crisis and new housing development is needed. The fact of the matter is that the city needs to make housing not only a viable option, but actually an attractive option for property owners and developers. And we're concerned that the capacity projections in the inventory thus far have not been properly discounted for the real world, as has indicated through a couple of the questions that have been posed thus far with respect to the inventory. We don't think those projections account for their unlikelihood of redevelopment for housing given the current regulatory conditions that are in place.
Thank you. That has been 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Other questions for Mr. Kuchar? Seeing none, we'll keep going.
Thank you.
Okay, our next caller is Lee Kaplan. Lee, you are now off mute. You're live in the meeting, and you have 3 minutes for your comment.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm calling on behalf of the Santa Monica Housing Council, or SMHC, an nonprofit, all-volunteer organization that has been involved in Santa Monica housing issues for more than 30 years. As my colleague Ken Kuchar has explained, the housing element law requires residential capacity identified in the suitable sites inventory to be demonstrable and realistic. The suitable sites inventory summary report included with tonight's agenda identifies numerous sites where housing production is not realistic under current standards as having high potential for housing. For example, the report identifies many sites currently occupied with viable non-residential uses as having high potential for housing. These include the southeastern corner of 11th Street and Santa Monica Boulevard, which has been used as an auto dealer for many years, the northeastern corner of 12th Street and Santa Monica Boulevard, which is a core part of the BMW dealership, much of the land of the southeastern corner of 12th Street and Santa Monica Boulevard, which is part of the Santa Monica Ford, a site near the southeastern corner of Euclid and Santa Monica Boulevard, which is used by the Subaru dealership, the northeastern and northwestern corners of 16th Street and Santa Monica Boulevard, which appear to be parking for UCLA Santa Monica Health Center, and the southwestern corner of 16th Street and Santa Monica Boulevard, which is also an auto dealership use. None of these sites have previously turned over to housing under current standards, and there's no reason to believe that the current viable commercial uses will be abandoned for housing unless housing is somehow incentivized. The list of suitable sites also appears to include some projects labeled as pending or approved, which include entirely or primarily non-residential uses, such as several Providence St. John's properties, including its Child and Family Development Center, which are governed by a development agreement that has been in place since 1998. The site of the former Santa Monica Post Office on 5th Street, which is improved with the city-designated landmark, for which there are no pending development applications, and the previous development entitlements have expired. The report also projects almost 1,400 units on city-owned lots. We question whether many of those sites are likely to be developed with housing in the next 8 years. The report projects almost 430 units of residential capacity on city-owned lots on Arizona Avenue between 4th and 5th. However, the current city council recently voted to suspend development agreement negotiations for this site, despite the developer offering to pivot to a project comprised completely of mixed-income housing. Perhaps most surprisingly, the report identifies the city's surface parking lots west of Main Street as high potential. The loss of beach and business parking from this location would likely not be tolerated by the California Coastal Commission and would be devastating to the small independent businesses on Main Street trying to survive. These are just a few of the examples of the draft report's many unrealistic capacity projections. City's projections are unrealistic unless it intends to implement significant changes to zoning and development standards to strongly incentivize housing production on these sites. Thank you.
I have a question for, I have a question. I'll jump in and then I'll go to quickly. Mr. Kaplan, I'm curious about your comments on Main Street. What would stop a housing from going over the parking lots? As far as I'm aware, the parking lots on Main Street are entirely surface. So why wouldn't someone be able to why shouldn't the city put 4 stories of housing above them?
Well, I suppose that's theoretically possible, but I think accommodating the housing, accommodating the parking lots, and adding housing on top of them would be expensive, and then also, you run into issues of how tall that building would be and how many units could be.
Okay, but there's no reason that they couldn't do that. I mean, I'm just trying to understand your objections to particular sites, and that one struck me as
I would have to look into the logistics of that, but I think, to the extent that it would eliminate parking, the Coastal Commission considers parking in that area to be a coastal resource, and they probably would not approve that.
I understand that. That wasn't my question. Commissioner Lambert.
Mr. Kaplan, the numbers that I stated about the current SSI being 77 parcels or properties and 8 developed was from a December 2019 staff report, correct?
Correct.
And we got updated numbers tonight. Do those updated numbers change your conclusion that the inventory needs to have a bigger margin or basically have more units accounted for?
Yeah, I'm not sure, what those numbers are based on. I'd like to look into that a little further, but I don't necessarily think that 25 out of 81 is still a great ratio.
And your point was, as I recall, wasn't it that we need a bigger margin for production in our inventory?
Right, and that we need to discount our inventory, per the HCD guidance by our past history of turning sites over that were identified in previous inventories.
Thank you.
Yep.
I don't see any other questions for Mr. Kaplan, so let's keep going.
Okay, our next caller is Hank Koning. Hank, you are now off mute. You are live in the meeting, and you have 3 minutes for your comment. Welcome.
Hello, Commissioners, Chair. I have serious concerns about the preliminary suitable sites inventory. When I first looked at the SSI map, it appeared that my studio building was listed as a suitable site. I was actually wrong. It was the Helen's Bikes parking lot across the street at 1453 25th Street. Some of you have been in my conference room and observed and heard all the activity happening on that lot. Of course, there's parking, but there's also loading, bike repair drop-off and pickup, bike test rides, and free compressed air for all. It's a vital part of Helen's business. Is planning staff assuming that this remains parking, etc., with housing above? If so, where does the entry lobby, elevator, mailboxes, trash room, and exit stairs go? Plus, the maximum FAR is 1.75. The ground floor parking will consume half of this, leaving very little floor area for housing. Developing housing here on this 50-foot lot without including the retail store is simply impossible. There are many, I count at least 13, similar 50-foot parking lots serving businesses, auto repair, auto sales yards, restaurants, etc. They rely on this parking at ground floor level that are not practical for housing, but are included in the SSI. There are other sites of 50-foot without parking, a vacant office building, 2-story residential building. Again, these are extremely difficult and expensive to build on and likely not feasible to developers for housing. Therefore, 50-foot lots with parking for adjacent commercial uses should be removed from the SSI, and other 50-foot lots in non-residential districts outside of the downtown should have a low chance of housing development factor applied to them. But it seems there are many highly appropriate sites missing from the SSI. Examples are the large parking lot on the Chelsea, south of Wilshire Boulevard, behind Union Bank building, the many A-zone lots, such as behind Bank of America building on Wilshire and 15, the Bristol Farm site, and the Montana Avenue Pavilion site. Now, I understand that to develop housing on these requires some city policy changes. If the housing element is to realistically meet the RHNA requirements, then these sites and similar sites should be included in the SSI and the necessary policy changes made to allow housing developments on these sites. Thank you very much.
Hank, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
Hank, can you explain your issue with the definition of high-rise in Santa Monica versus that in Culver City and Beverly Hills?
A Santa Monica high-rise definition is it's actually not related to floor level. It's the highest occupied level of a building. And in Santa Monica, it's 55 feet. And in other jurisdictions, in the California Building Code, it's 75 feet. There are some who believe that this is a violation of state law, that you can't do that. And the issue there becomes one of providing open space for housing projects to maximize the number of units and provide necessary open space. So if you have a building that is, say, 55 foot high and you want to put open space on the roof, it would trigger a high-rise requirement and be quite expensive to do that. So that is an imposition on housing development. You would then provide your open space by reducing units to make a lower roof deck, perhaps. So it is something that we run up against quite often. At 500 Broadway, we just bit the bullet. It's a big project and a very high rental project. So we developed the roof area, but I know in other projects it's.
Well, as I understand it, there are also fire safety issues that add significantly to the construction cost.
Well, there are many issues that you need for that, and many years ago I spoke to the building official who thought that they should revert back to the state law of 75 feet. There's no real justification under the building code for having that.
Thank you.
I'll just say, I remember hearing Christopher Hawthorne once say that the definition of high-rise was tied to the fact that in the olden days, fire department ladders only went up 2 stories or 3 stories, and that technology surely had evolved in the meantime to enable rescues from higher stories. But with that, let's go to our final caller.
Okay, our last caller is Paula Larmore. Paula, you are now off mute. You're live in the meeting, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, Commission. Paula Larmore, Harding Larmore, Kutcher, and Kozel. As we've seen, the status quo standards and inclusionary programs in the city have largely stymied housing production citywide in recent years. Notably, the 2017 DCP inclusionary housing requirements that range from 20 to 30% based on your project height have been deemed infeasible by developers, or for the few that have tried, they've underdeveloped their sites, leaving FAR on the table in order to stay below a certain inclusionary percentage. The other key ordinance that went into effect was in 2019, and that was the elimination of the 7.5 affordable option that stymied housing development outside of the downtown. The city's own analysis concludes that housing development in most areas of the city is only feasible under the 7.5 affordable option with the current heights and densities. But that option is not available. It's been suspended since April 2019, and the suspension doesn't sunset until March 2022. With the release of the HRNA report, the city has confirmation from its own consultant that the current inclusionary program is blocking new housing development. Rather than focusing on halting commercial development in one of the city's worst economic cycles, the city should immediately move forward with an urgency ordinance to reinstate the 7.5% affordable option and to make permanent the administrative approval process for Tier 2 projects. Those are low-hanging fruits that the city can take care of now. I know a slightly larger one that might take a little bit more work, but there's great models in other cities, is for the city to actually implement the state density bonus law. The city isn't currently complying with it, in my opinion. The 0.25 FAR increase for doing Tier 1 with on-site inclusionary is nowhere near compliant with state law. Moreover, these changes might allow the city to realistically claim some of the sites on the SSI as high potential to be redeveloped with housing. The gist, if you could tell, of my colleagues was that not that all the sites on the SSI are fatally flawed, but that in order to include many of them as high potential, there needs to be changes to the standards, changes to the inclusionary program. There's Another example is there are sites that are labeled that are high where their CUP is required for housing and the FAR is a 1.0. These barriers to housing redevelopment need to be changed in order for the high designation to stand. Perhaps the city could use a conditional high designation so that it would be transparent for the public, the Planning Commission, and the Council what changes are needed in order for these sites to realistically be labeled as high potential for redevelopment. I will also note that there are sites where property owners would be very...
Is there any question? Does somebody want to ask Ms. Larmore a question?
I have one.
Go ahead, Leslie.
Paula, there is
go.
some notion out there that the Bonds project is proof that the 30% DCP inclusionary program works. Do you have any comments on that?
Sure. I just think that project is extremely unique. I mean, Bonds has owned the land forever. They have a need to or desire to upgrade their store. They have this prime site. It's a massive site. It spans, you know, all the way from Lincoln back to 7th Street. It's not a typical housing site. So I just disagree that, and I mean, we've seen it prove out that that's the only one that's found it feasible, and it's this unique partnership and the long-term ownership of the land combined with the site that's potentially going to allow that to be feasible, right? I mean, we don't really know until it's built, but at least someone has enough confidence to move forward.
Thank you.
Commissioner Pastor?
Ms. Larmore, were you finished with your remarks? And if not, will you please?
Are you still there?
The question. Yeah,
the question was, were you finished with your remarks?
So.
The question was, were you finished with your remarks? And if you weren't, would you please do so?
Yeah, my last comment was that I probably know a dozen sites where there is the real potential for housing, and the property owners would be very interested to do housing if there were changes to the standards that would make it attractive, not just height and density, but also just some of the other things in the city's code that prohibit or make it very difficult to develop housing, for instance, on the R-zone parking lots that have been commercial use for decades. But they're scared to speak up and to add their site to the list because of what's happening with the commercial moratorium and the fear that if their property gets on the list, any possibility of commercial changes or reinvestment in their property are going to be limited.
So does that mean that if I asked you for a list of those sites that you would not provide them? That's a double negative, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, not tonight. I'd have to try to clear it. But I mean, for example, there's a lot of sites along the boulevards, though, where if you included that R-zoned property, not just the A-lots. I mean, the A-lots are just like the tip of the iceberg. There's other sites that have significant commercial parking lots that if the city would remove some of the barriers, again, sometimes it's not even height and density. It's these two other code provisions that really limit what you can do if you redevelop the commercial property that essentially make it infeasible to redevelop that site with a housing project.
So would you look into that with those property owners, and to the extent possible, can you provide to staff and us with a list as we're continuing suitable sites?
Yeah, and we're also trying, I mean, it's hard. The tool is hard, and so if staff at some point would provide a list of all the addresses, we're also trying to be, you know, upfront and candid and constructive with telling staff, like, we don't think this site is going to turn over and this is why, because we just think we know it's intensive on staff to go out and interview the property owners, but we also know by just eyeballing the list that there are some where you can't just piecemeal a 10,000 foot or 15,000 foot portion of an auto dealership site, right? That's a fatal flaw for consideration when they're using that as integral part of the dealership. So we're also working to try to put together a list our comments address by address as well.
Okay, thank you, and thank you to your colleagues, Ken and Lee as well.
I don't see any other questions. So with that, let's close tonight's public hearing. As a reminder, we will have another public hearing tomorrow, and there's no bar on any of tonight's commenters from participants tonight, should they choose to do so. Again, we're still kind of stuck. We can't have discussion yet. But are there any remaining questions that commissioners would like to pose to staff, particularly things that they might be able to come back to us with tomorrow, or when we pick up tomorrow night? Yep,
I have a quick question. I want to clarify with staff. You can just answer yes or no. Is it possible, I already know the answer, but I want to hear from you. You cannot map the location of ADUs. You can't map adaptive reuse potential. And if we upzone R1, you can't map that either because we don't know what properties would be participating in any of those programs. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's true for ADUs. It's separate from the SSI. It's kind of like a floating number.
Right.
In terms of R1, that would just not be possible to pick any particular property and say, that would be any more likely than others. For the alternative adequate sites, which is like the reuse or, using existing units, they actually do require an identification of like a funding source, a number of units. So there is more specificity with respect
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So you actually have to commit, like, how many units are being assisted? What's the funding source? Like, it's why the program is not hardly used by anybody, because most cities don't even have the resources to begin to, think about doing that.
But the same principle applies to, adaptive reuse is a good idea we should pursue, but we don't know, we haven't identified properties that would be willing to participate in that, correct? So we can't.
Right. I think that, Santa Monica's obviously been a leader in a lot of these areas, and I think it is that question of, just because it doesn't count towards DRENA, it doesn't mean it's not something that, isn't worth doing, right? These are important housing programs, that mean a lot to our existing residents and their homes. I'm talking about adaptive reuse of commercial space. Oh, commercial space. Yeah. That's similarly very, very challenging. It's not something that we have seen, done, hardly to any extent in Santa Monica. Obviously, City of LA, had a established program. It's quite different than the conditions we see here. They took advantage of historic tax credits in some cases. They were taller scale buildings. They had plumbing, in cases, where they were like hotels to apartments. In here, it's certainly something, we will take a look at. HRNA is doing that as, some of their sensitivity testing, but we're also looking at, what it takes to convert a building from, one occupancy to another. And if there's not, the resultant sort of infrastructure to support housing, plumbing being, one of the most important things, what does that mean? Is it likely, given the inventory of commercial property in the city and, particularly office as an example? Is something we'll take a look at, but it would be very hard to just pinpoint one property or another.
That was my question.
Yeah.
Commissioner Pastor?
I've got a couple of questions, and I will try to be fast. In the HLKK letter, in the attachment, one of the things they talk about is they say the city should include a commitment in the housing element to restore the 4 activity centers. Can you give me some more background on that, or can you explain that to me a little bit more? And if it's more appropriate for you to do it tomorrow because you need to go research, that's fine. But I'm just trying to understand the context of that comment.
Yeah, I can give you sort of the sort of Coles Notes version of it. It probably predated your time on the Planning Commission. It was a concept that was included in the 2010 adopted loose, and it was 5 or 6, I think, activity centers throughout the city, and they were identified areas throughout the city that met certain criteria in terms of possibility of lot consolidation and, among various private property owners. The one sort of hurdle in that is that, it actually required kind of like almost specific planning process in order to activate that activity center and plan for things like, shared parking. Could we look at increased development standards, on that site because it's, I'm just remembering one like Wilshire and 14th, for example, could we look at combining like, Rite Aid and Bonds or something, right? And encouraging a sort of larger development site. All of those activity centers were removed as part of the 2015 zoning ordinance update.
Okay, thank you. And then with regards to Hank Koning's comment about the high-rise building, and I apologize if you've answered this question before, do you know why our building high-rise is at 55? Did we ever get an answer from Building and Safety on that?
It's actually the fire department driving that requirement, and it's actually derived from the Northridge earthquake when Santa Monica suffered substantial damage to a lot of buildings. So this is actually a local amendment to the Building and Fire Code. And at the time of the Northridge quake, Santa Monica had 5 engines and 1 ladder truck. And in 2021, we still have 5 engines and 1 ladder truck, and the firefighting force has not increased. So this is a safety issue. We did talk to the fire department very recently just to understand, what are the conditions now? Is there any, consideration for maybe, looking at this requirement again? But they still remain, quite concerned about the ability to respond in a sort of natural disaster event and not having a repeat of what happened in the Northridge quake. I will note that there is a relief valve, for projects. For example, I think they said the hotels at Fifth and Colorado, those ones actually had a modified requirement to reduce like the size of the secondary water supply. So developers can request relief if they're meeting sort of the same intent in another way. If the fire marshal and the building official agree, it could be met in the other way. So there's an opportunity to have that discussion as well.
And so do you know whether that relief has ever been provided?
Yeah. So the hotels, there was relief there. There was for housing projects. Because so many of the housing projects we see now actually have like open hallways. So they do have relief from like the smoke compartment requirements. So there's different aspects that kick in with high rise that, don't apply because of the design of some buildings. So, that's just, I'm sort of like relaying that, conversation, we had with them more recently.
Okay. And the last question. So AB 1763, has only been in place for a couple months, and it does allow unlimited density. So could someone use that as an off-site to meet their off-site housing requirement? And if they did, would that still be, or would it be subject to?
Yeah. So yes, it would be a separate project, analyzed on its own merits. So if the way 1763 works, as long as you meet those conditions, it's, not more than 80% AMI and you're 100% affordable housing, that project could take advantage of those provisions.
So it would be a ministerial project that staff would approve.
Under current process, yes.
Thank you so much.
I just have a follow-up question to Commissioner Pastor's question about the high rise. Jing, when you were discussing with fire, obviously we know what the pattern. I mean, many of us remember the Northridge quake that was by, very close to, almost called the Santa Monica quake. We know what the damage pattern was, and we now know, of course, since 2018, what the real, a lot more about the fault lines under Santa Monica. Was there any discussion with the fire department about potentially tying the high-rise designation to the seismically sensitive areas of the city so that the high-rise would be 55 feet in those areas, but 75 feet everywhere else where presumably there was less earthquake damage and less of a risk to safety?
Good idea.
Rachel, I don't recall that discussion coming up. I know you had another discussion with them. I don't know if that had come up in the other one at all. That's
I'm
not
sorry,
ringing
what-
a bell. Oh, the
No.
question was whether there was a discussion with fire about aligning the high-rise requirement with the earthquake fault lines or proximity to it.
No,
I'm going to say no.
that was not mentioned. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I think they talked generally speaking about the need to reallocate their resources to better serve different areas of the city. So that was the extent of it, but it didn't focus. It didn't focus.
So
on
my question is, if you would be willing to ask to go back to them with that question, because
Yes, certainly.
obviously, yeah, that'd be great. Okay, and then we received a number of letters from the public, and we heard public comment tonight, essentially raising concerns about the SSI that we received, and it would be, if you are able, I guess my question is to Jing and Heidi in particular, not that you don't have other things to do tomorrow, to the extent that you might be able at the beginning of tomorrow's hearing provide some insight or response to some of those comments, I think it could be very helpful ahead of our discussion, just so we get a sense from staff of how you are responding to those letters and what would be a productive way for us to engage with the ideas in them.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
I have one more question.
Yeah, sure.
This is sort of a theoretical, Jing and whoever. Are we going to see in the housing element actual concrete upzoning recommendations?
I think the staff report, I believe, makes pretty clear that that question is being asked of the Planning Commission, and it will be asked of the council. You're asking me. I don't know the answer to that question. That's the purpose of this process and these discussions, is to talk about how do we get from here to planning for the RHNA. And I think we're just offering the information and different options and pathways to apply, to where and how. But the information we're presenting, I think we're making pretty clear that the existing standards do not get us there at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fresco.
I just wanted to say that when we started this process and everything was basically an emergency and everyone was in shock about the size of the number, and we were going to have to rush on this incredible schedule to do this, and then our staff got cut by half and we lost all our money and COVID-19 happened. I never expected a report that had this many new ideas and this much really interesting analysis as what we got. And I just had to say that it was just I can't even imagine how the number of people we have did this. That's all.
Good.
Yes, well said. Well said.
Thank you much. And
having had the city council throw ideas at them, at every other council meeting since December, right? And it's all in there. I mean, you've responded to them all, so I think that's really that's great.
Yeah.
Are there any last questions before we actually do have another item that we have to take note of before we adjourn tonight, but I don't see any other hands up. So let us now close this item. We will be back at it tomorrow. We have item 11, which is written public comment. And I do want to acknowledge the pieces of correspondence that we received. One was a memo sent to the city of Los Angeles asking them to convert the Santa Monica Airport into housing with a courtesy copy to Santa Monica officials. So we received that. And the other two letters were sent as general public comment, but I do want to acknowledge that they are potentially germane to the upcoming conversation about ARB streamlining, for which we approved an ROI a few meetings ago. And so I've asked staff to make sure that those letters are put back on our agenda when the red line comes to us, so that we can make sure to consider the ideas that are in there. Just so that we're keeping, making sure that people, when they send us things, we actually attend to them. Are there any other comments on the written communications? No. Okay. And great. And we have, I'm sorry?
I'll say to everyone, go outside and look at the moon, because I can see it and it's amazing.
Oh, awesome. We'll do that very shortly. There are no callers registered for public input. I neglected to mention earlier, I just want to say this for the record. Between the last meeting and this one, someone made a comment on Facebook noting that when they were watching the meeting on YouTube, they did not know where to go to find our agenda and our materials. I just want to thank city staff and city TV staff for being so responsive. Within less than 24 hours, they made a commitment that when the YouTube video starts, the link to our agenda will be posted on the video and will always be available, so that members of the public making their way to us through YouTube will find their agenda. I probably should have said that at the beginning of the meeting, but I did want to thank staff for being so responsive on that. Hopefully that can continue for other meetings. Barring any other comments by anyone,
Yeah,
what do you think? Should we get together tomorrow night at 5:30?
Go eat your hot dog, Sean.
What are y'all doing tomorrow at 5:30? We'll see you tomorrow night. Go look at the moon. Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
We're adjourned. Bye.